Welcome, ladies and gentlemen and pals, to Loink Day 2, the last Loink of 2023, actually. And what a better way to start off a Sunday afternoon / morning / evening with some Day 2 action, but the only way to get started, no, the best way to get started is by starting, and we get started here in the top 32. I'm Nito, joined by Pat, the one and only. How are we doing today?
I am doing awesome, and I'm so glad I get to watch top 32 of Loink with you, Nito. Like this, sorry, like this day one was big, was huge, was like tough on all teams, and now we see the best 32 teams of low level to discuss like who is going to be the last best team of the year. I can't wait to watch that.
Absolutely. I think this is going to be the best place to start as well. Arrows of Fire versus Celestial. Both teams went 4-2 in the group stage. Arrows of Fire, it is worth noting, they did not get swept, which if you ask me is a good start for any low-level team. But Celestial also went 4-2. They placed 5th. They did lose one set to the top seed in that group, which was Puma's Cats. So at least now they kind of got a little bit of a, I wouldn't say wake up call, but now they kind of know what to expect heading into top 32. And just like I said, the best way to get started is by starting. Everything starts in Tower Control Mega Mart.
Yeah, after all, like, both of these teams are 4-2, but this is over now. Like, the clean slate, now you only need your games and to win your games, and starting with this, the team that wins this is in a good set to make it to our bracket. Because, like, there's only 4 teams in your group, and the top 2 advances, so let's see how it goes on Mega Mart.
Here we go, starting off our Day 2 action. Arrows of Fire taking on Celestial. It's all going to get started here on Tower Control and Mega Mart. That's going to be Celestial in the yellow and Arrows of Fire in the blue. We're going to get things started with a very, actually, that's a, oh, coming out from the side of Celestial, and the new S-Blast, a top pick with a very great kit there.
Yeah, very good kit, and honestly, like, pairing a blaster with a Breda is the kind of stuff that allows your team to really go forward, get aggro, but right now it's a bloodbath, Nito. Both teams are losing players left and right, and there's like a lot happening.
A lot indeed, and it looks like Arrows of Fire is going to take advantage of that lot happening as they get towards, actually that's going to be Celestial taking advantage of things going. They get to pass the first checkpoint almost with ease. They don't see that much of a challenge as Arrows of Fire is starting to try to trickle their way around. You notice they're making a few flings trying to go around Celestial. It's not working out very well for them as Celestial gets up to 54 points remaining, but they might get something going here as they get a few picks on the board.
Yeah, and Celestial marking like a lot of yellow all around, and it's going on. Chew down onto the arrows. Right now, Celestial is going to advance further, and now it's about like that second checkpoint. Getting past that second checkpoint is so tough, but if you get it, you pretty much have the game. That being said, Arrows of Fire are stopping them, and Celestial, they have to move back now.
It's not saying words, we're starting to curse them already. It's only been 2 minutes into this game. Now they had a good lead getting into there. Then they go 3 down, almost a delayed wipe there. Arrows of Fire now looking to get things going. They have struggled a bit throughout the rest of the game. Celestial able to keep them under control, and they might be able to do so again. There's 2 players down now. Arrows of Fire looking for that response, looking, doesn't quite find him. Rowie there, working the S-Blast, doing very well there, keeping Arrows of Fire at bay, and it doesn't stop there.
Celestial managing to keep that first checkpoint right there was absolute key, but right now they are advancing, moving forward with just 2 players against 1. It's just like all attack between both teams, but right now Celestial just moving forward and getting pick after pick. They are getting to that second checkpoint, Nito, and now they are looking to mark a lot of points. They passed it.
They're doing a great job with the S-Blast. That quick pick there with the Inkzuka. And like he said, once you get past that second checkpoint, it's almost game over from there. But they get a 3. There's a triple Arrows of Fire on Celestial. But it's very huge lead for Arrows of Fire to get over. There's a huge hill they have to climb here. And even struggling so far, just trying to get through Celestial. So if they can find opportunities here, just like that, they're going to need to keep building on those opportunities, seeing how far they can go with every pick.
They have less than 2 minutes to do so, but look at that, they're doing what they need to do. They're painting the map, they're getting the picks, they're being calm, waiting for the tower to slowly advance, and now they're trying to get that checkpoint, but immediately, the second the tower is anywhere near the checkpoint, Celestial answers, and they answer strong, and they're back on the attack now.
Oh my goodness, Celestial doing a very great job here, putting out the fire in Arrows of Fire as they've got up to 12 points remaining. Arrows of Fire still looking for that response. I mean, they've only gotten up to 82 points remaining. So far, they've struggled to try to find those opportunities. They keep looking for it. You saw the ends up there trying to take the 2v1 and see if they can get a few picks on the board. Not enough for them to get past as Celestial holds on strong with 1 minute remaining on the clock.
Yeah, 1 minute remaining. Arrows of Fire chewed down again as they were trying to move forward. Celestial activating Tacticular. Now they're going to move forward again, try to get a few more picks, and they don't even need to push the tower, but I guess they're going to do it maybe?
Yeah, I mean, it's worth noting that the farther you can get in enemy territory, the more work Arrows of Fire has to do. So that's what they could be looking for here. I think Celestial, all they need to do is just keep their foot on the gas pedal, as they've been doing so far. And as they've done there, that's a double. Might be looking for the triple if they can get Pickles here. Within a sticky situation, Carlo as well. A delayed wipe there from Celestial. What a way to start the separate Arrows of Fire, quickly responding with a triple of their own.
Yeah, and Arrows of Fire, this is their best push so far. But again, it's just 10 seconds before the end. Arrows of Fire all, like, they need to stay on tower. You just lost your play on tower right now. Oh. What? Like, Celestial starting with a statement of power right there.
Yeah, that's Celestial saying, "Hey, good morning, Arrows of Fire." Welcome to Lowing. Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to Lowing. This is day 2. It's all the marbles. We're now playing for all the marbles here. This is still a group stage for sure, but now with top 32 in, it's like we gotta win now. This is like now we're gotta guarantee ourselves a spot in the alpha bracket, and I think Celestial is doing a pretty good job of that so far with a statement win in game 1.
Yeah, Arrows of Fire, they were fighting. It's just they had trouble pushing. The moment the tower was going to that first checkpoint, they were out of control. They were out of order, and Celestial were just collapsing on them. If Arrows of Fire find the way to get that push going, they are in a better set, but I don't know how they do that because Celestial was in full control.
And we'll start with that NZAP, because I noticed he ends up trying to make a lot of plays, which as an NZAP is something that weapon is very well capable of doing. I know that if you ever play NZAP, it's very tempting to start getting yourself into 1v1s, because that is, I mean, it's best. They say it's a support weapon, but let's be honest, you can just use that for whatever the heck you want to. You can even use it as anchor if you're brave enough, but
don't.
Yeah, don't. First of all, don't. Secondly, with Rainmaker back on the way, Zap is still going to be I think it's still going to be picked here, but I think you got to look at the Zap and think we need to start either pairing up with a Zap, or that Zap needs to know when and where to push. I noticed that Zap tries to make flanks, which is more than fine, but it's getting themselves into 2v1s too often to where they're constantly down one player, and I want to see how they adjust that into this next matchup.
Yeah, Zap, it's a team fight weapon. It's not a solo fight weapon, and that's how you need to use it. But let's see how things change. Celestial bringing a tent, and was that a Luna? Yes, that's a Luna. Both teams completely switching everything. Meanwhile, Arrows of Fire bringing a vanilla charger. I love it. That's my favorite weapon in the game.
Oh, the Luna Blaster, first one to go down. We're still going to see more from that Luna Blaster, but we're going to see how Arrows of Fire respond to that first game, opening up with 87 points on the board, getting themselves closer. That's 2 points. That's 2 players down for both teams now. Arrows of Fire just barely getting through that checkpoint. Pickles going down as soon as they're able to clear it, but Google there able to clean up the few remaining players that Arrows of Fire have coming in. Nice job from Celestial there. It's all up to Pickles to see if they can get some picks down, or at least try to whittle them down, but they're going to back up, save what they can save, as Celestial making quick moves here, going for the other checkpoint, getting up to 61 points remaining.
But at least that's the Arrows doing what they couldn't do in that game 1, getting past that first checkpoint, getting a push going. But right now, Celestial getting that lead back right away, not wasting time, and now with the vacuum, trying to get a few more, and the hammer is going to give so much more. Like between the hammer and the 10, they had so much protection, getting the points to fall right there, and it's just Pickles trying to stop things, but okay, Celestial just punching that victory ticket.
Ooh, okay, well, one heck of a wake-up call for Arrows of Fire. That is, I mean, good job to Pickle, I will say. That was a great last stand, but Celestial, they see that first push by Arrows of Fire and thinking, okay, wait, they may have actually found the key here. Nah, they didn't. Let's just go ahead and make some pushes of our own. That is one heck of an opening from Celestial, I have to say.
Celestial, they had, like, everything to push forward on that push to the side. They had the vacuum, the 10 shield, and the hammer, just all of them protecting the Rainmaker in a row, giving them so much, like, just moving forward. And then it was just using the chaos to their advantage. Congratulations to Celestial. That's a very clean 2-0 for them.
And with top 32 being a best of 3 set, Celestial is going to take that set almost quickly. And actually, looking at the other Group A matchup right now, Overtime also took that set over This Is Fine fairly quickly. So that's 2 1-1 teams done and done. So, I mean, Celestial clearly coming into place, and clearly I need to do a better job with my top 6 lists because Celestial was down in the notes, but never didn't quite get the memo there. So, okay, you know what, Celestial, I messed up. We'll just write you in. I'll pencil you in real quick.
I mean, Celestial, as you said, coming back from being 4-2 in day 1, and like that is not holding their back. They're just coming back in strong, and it's lovely to see that. It's awesome to see a team realize, oh wait, we made it to day 2. Let's be a menace as we should, and congratulations to them. That was good.
Yeah, very quickly, I like to say that whenever you're in this situation as a day 2 player, I've been in this situation a few times before, and you gotta say that like day 2 in top 32, you come in with a completely different mindset, saying, okay, every set's important now, even if it's best of 3, even if it's still like at most 3 sets, you come in thinking, okay, each and every set we have to do a little better than we did in day 1. We have to come in saying, forget what happened day 1, throw it away, come in, let's change things, see what we can do. So that's Celestial, I think, doing that to a very high degree.
Yeah, I mean, that's slowing day 2 for you. It's a different tournament. It's a different day. It's different teams, and it's very different to win in Swiss against all lowing teams and winning in top 32 against top 32 teams. And Celestial showing that they are up to the challenge. That's awesome to watch, and we are seeing like the groups are going on pretty fast right now.
There's so many 2-0s. What's going on here? Oh my goodness.
It's the teams that woke up versus the teams that are just starting. Like, remember to warm up before day 2. That's important.
Let's give a shout out to the true MVPs of Low Ink. Those that wake up and check in on time. That is always our top players, because that's the ones that play.
Yeah, you need to check in to play the game. But I think, Nito, we're going to go to a short break as we wait for that round to be over. I mean, round 2 is ready in most groups, so we're going to see that.
Absolutely. Don't change the channel. We'll be right back with some more Top 32 action on Low Ink.
And welcome back to day 2 of Lowink, December 2023. I am Pat again with Nito, and we are going on showing you more action. We are now in Group F, and we're about to see Mid-Tech versus Shellouts, Nito.
The best way to continue is by continuing, and we're going to continue our top 32 action with these two teams. Mid-Tech coming off a 2-0 win over Zestfest in the last match. Shellouts looking to get back on track. They did lose to Almond Nuts 1-2, so there's still a lot to fight for on the side of Shellouts. Mid-Tech could very well confirm their spot in Alpha bracket with this win, so lots to look for from both teams.
Yeah, if Shellouts lose this, they are sure to be better. If Mid-Tech win this, they're sure to be Alpha. But if Shellouts win, like, the group is still open and up for grabs for everybody. So, like, Shellouts need to step up if they want to stay in the game for the crown. But right now, we're gonna start on Clamblitz on Inkblot. Such a fun map, honestly. Like, I know some people don't like it. I love the way it plays.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's a great map because it's so small, and it's also a Splatoon 2 map, so it brings a lot of memories of Splatoon 2 days. We're going to see what teams bring out. We see the Stamper coming out from both sides, actually. There's a Nautilus as well. Nautilus being a very versatile weapon, so Shellouts, you might be able to expect something a little more aggro on their side. Mid-Tech opting for, I think, somewhat similar comp. You're going to see that Beluga Dualies play a similar role to that Nautilus. There we go.
Yeah, both teams going with a double mid-range. It's going to be a pretty even fight, and right now it's pretty even left and right. Everybody is going back to spawn.
I mean, that's the best way to get the thing started. Just send them back to spawn and go do your own little thing. We're gonna get things started over here as Terra looking to make a move here on the side of mid. Gosh, I'm still having to wake up, so maybe you have to send me back to spawn. Alexis is getting sent back to spawn as well, so is Heptaxel in a little trade-off there.
Yeah, that's pretty much still both teams fighting left and right now the map is all yellow, and all of Mid-Tech are just like trying to get things going. This is just fighting left and right. Neither team really able to get enough clams, to get enough control to really be able to push forward. But that's what we love to see. Right now, I see like Pink losing map control, but having specials at the ready, so ready to get back in.
The Daxel from Shellouts doing a lot of work there with the roller. Absolutely wonderful job. They're getting most of the picks and trying to sneak by with the sneaky roller. Yeah, Alexis going down as well. That's a double splat streak for Heptaxel. I'd be able to get a third one here. But so far, it's been a very very big difference from what we saw in Game 1. It's basically just the biggest neutral battle we've seen. Both teams trading picks. Neither team has scored, most importantly, as we head into the 3-minute remaining mark.
And it's so even between these two teams right now. Like, we get some advantage, we get some clams, some map, and immediately the other team answers. Heptaxel just looking to move back because of the crab tank. These two teams, they're respecting each other much. Ooh, very nice trade here with the Stamper denying the Zuka.
There's so much respect here that we could basically be seeing a masterclass in etiquette. But we might also be seeing a masterclass in specials. We see two of them coming out. Here comes the bubbler. Here comes the rain. Can we see the first point scored? Yes, we do. There's Lion scoring the first clam of the game with 2 minutes and 18 remaining on the clock. But they have two players going down now. Shellouts lower numbers, but they're certainly not low in clams as that score keeps going down to 56 remaining.
And with 2 minutes left, that is a very, very good first push by Shellouts. Shellouts really showing what they're able to do, and between that big bubbler and the ink storm, that was prone to get in the push. Again, as you were saying, a masterclass in specials. Really coordinate your specials so you can push. But right now, the Mid-Tech is going to have to follow suit. They have to get back in that game. They have to get a push of their own.
Like, for example, that Booyah Bomb that just came out. I want to see how they follow up with that. There's already 2 players down. They saw the Booyah Bomb get popped on the right side. They clean up a few picks on the left. You see the crab now being popped on that right side, so they're going to start pushing the left because they know they have that crab security on the right. But Heptaxel, they're still causing a lot of trouble. Heptaxel's been causing a lot of trouble on the side of mid-tech, so Shellout still has an advantage there. Mid-tech still looking for the opening as we head into the 1 minute remaining mark.
That roller is so good at wasting time from all of mid-tech. Like 2 players had to stay back to just handle that roller on the side, and that even though they had the advantage, they were in a very good position to push. That single roller stopped the push and forced them to look back right there. And right now, it looks like Shellouts are in a good position. 40 seconds left, and Midtech is still struggling to find a way in. Oh,
a few opening picks here from the Boogadoys. Heptaxel goal now, backing up with the crab, getting a few more picks in and a few more clams in per chance. There it is. There's 62 points remaining. Me having to use a big word there, but they're only stopped at 62 points remaining. It's not enough for them to get into the lead, so they're going to need to make a big push here. They still have this super clam right by their own basket, so they have one more opportunity, and they're just oh so close as they're going to head into overtime.
A pretty decent push by the mid-take, but too little, too late. All that Shellout had to do was to push, but right now, Q down onto the Shellout mid-tech. They have 3 players, they just need to go forward. They need to put that clam in the basket, and they need to go now. You don't have time to use you guys, you need to go in. Big Bowler is stopping them right there. They don't have the time. And game 1 is going to go to Shellouts.
Ooh, okay, well, again, I am like still trying to process this change of pace here. Last match we see Celestial and Arrows of Fire just like completely teeing each other off, and here we see the quadruple dab, so great job. Apparently it's still like 2018, 2019. When was the dab last popular? Anyway, you saw a completely different change of pace. More hot takes here at 3 on Loin. Anyway, God, man,
yeah, like these 2 teams were completely even for so long, really struggling to get a push on each other. But Shellouts able to coordinate special, get onto the platform, get a lot of clams in, and then playing the delay game so well. And Midtech struggling a bit more onto coordination, but not on the fights. For so long these 2 teams were even, and that's because they mechanically are pretty even. So it's all going to be decided by the team that knows the map a bit better, is a bit more coordinated, has the plan.
Right, and you talk about coordination. I'm almost wondering if Shellouts is trying this little rope-a-dope technique, which is a term you'll hear in boxing a lot, where you're just letting your opponent make all the moves, try to make a lot of offensive plays. You're almost trying to tire them out so that you can score some big push in the middle of the set, and then just have them force themselves into another offensive situation. I wonder if that's what Shellouts is doing, because you see, and you also mentioned Heptaxel doing a lot to slow down mid-tier, because now they have to focus on when and where Heptaxel is about to attack. So I think mid-tier, all they have to do is just see if they can draw Heptaxel, maybe into the range of those Glugas, have Glugas try to take something out there, and then have the rest of the team focus, try to get in themselves in enemy territory. Yeah,
it's like a lot is going to change. That being said, we're going on Hagglefish Market. I'm not sure that the roller can do as much on Hagglefish as it can do on Inkblood, so we'll see how these 2 teams adapt, what they're able to do there. And right now it looks like a blaster is coming on the side of Midtech. Meanwhile, Shellouts pretty much not changing their comp.
Roller staying in, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think what mid-tier is doing so far is making sure they have that range to compete with the roller if they ever have to get themselves in that situation again. So Heptaxel still looking for an opportunity here. You mentioned that it was a bit hard for this roller to get in. You're starting to see a little bit of it now just by the way this map is shaped. There's not much for the roller to sneak by, because almost all of this is open. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Heptaxel navigates this as mid-tier gets the first push of the game.
Yeah, especially since that blaster that was brought has point sensor. That's going to be a pain for the roller. The roller cannot sneak in if there's constantly point sensors left and right thrown. And right now we have mid-tech getting the first checkpoint like it's nothing and still moving forward, still trying to get a few more picks, and they get those!
Goodness gracious, what a way to start. And it's almost a complete change from what we saw in the last match. It's going to 10 to 2 checkpoints down, 1 remaining for mid-tech. Jeez, there's a lot of T words going on here, and they're all confusing me very clearly, so we're just going to see how the rest of this plays out as they do get 1 pick off of mid-tech shell outs, getting themselves back in.
Yeah, and that was a commanding first push by mid-tech right now, and they're not stopping, they want more. That Zuka getting a pick right now, it's back to the fight, back to mid. And both teams just trying to get the advantage, but as long as it stays like that, mid-tech is winning. They just need to hold that lead for 3 more minutes.
Just need to hold on a little bit more. One thing you have to remember, no lead is safe in Splatoon as they get 2 players down now. Both teams going 2 players down, I believe. That's a delayed double. Now there's another player going down. There might be 1 more. Mid-tech looking for Terra. Can Terra be found in time? Not quite, but they do have all the numbers to make another push. They've already got up to 24 remaining. All they have to do is keep that tower in enemy territory. That should be enough to have them hold on. But they do have 1 player go down to the Viper on the side of Shellouts. That's actually the Stamper. I'm not doing too great with names here.
Names are hard, but forget the tower right now. These 2 teams are here to fight. These 2 teams are just trading left and right, and it looks like Shellout is getting the advantage finally. With that big bubbler, they will go forward. They will finally get that push that has been eluding them. They have 2 minutes left to get that lead back, and it looks that at least they're going to get that first checkpoint.
It looks like they might sneak by Heptaxel as well. Heptaxel's going deep in enemy territory. Look at that. Heptaxel's going to be quickly surrounded by I Missed and that Gloogadoolies on the top. What was the top of your screen? Heptaxel being forced to back up. And that's doing actually a very good job of keeping Heptaxel at bay for the time being. That's what they've needed that last match, and that's what they're doing a very good job of now. Here's a triple splashdown in action. You can take out the first one. There's still 2 more to go, and that takes out Terra, causing a trade there.
A trade, and the tower slowly goes back to mid as all of Shellout has to regroup. At least they got that first checkpoint. That's down the board. That is going to allow them to attack faster the next time, but they don't have that much time left to do it. Bubbler is deployed, not on the tower. That's going to be a bit of a harder push right there, but they're not even on the bubbler because they're down. Mid-tech just holding mid so well right now, Nito.
Watch for Alexis. Alexis trying to sneak around the outside. Heptaxel there cleans it up. There's a wiper from the Stamper from mid-tech, doing a great job there cleaning up what could have been potentially been dangerous for mid-tech. As Gold still looking for another opportunity to attack. There's the assist there as 1 player goes down for Shellouts. Mid-tech looking very comfortable here as long as they can keep players in mid and as long as they can keep Shellouts out. This should be good for them unless they get down double like that.
Yeah, that's another opportunity for Shellouts, but they need to use it now. They're going to need an overtime win, Nito, and they are starting strong with Azuka. Azuka is not finding anything though, and the crab tank is deployed, not getting any picks either. Mid-tech just waiting patiently, finally getting picked, and right now Shellouts trying to get to the checkpoint, but it's too late, and with the Booyah Bomb, Mid-tech is getting that game free.
Welcome to GG Booyah. That's the best way to know that game is almost immediately done there. And great job from both teams as well. I think there's a lot more action going on in this one. I am proud to announce and there's a little fist bump there from Alexis, and I believe that was I Miss. But does a great job there. Now we're starting to see a little more action from both teams, which means those views go up. So let's keep it going, guys. And that also means both teams are starting to, I think they're starting to understand how each other work. Now, Heptaxel, you just need to slow him down, and then all of a sudden, Shellouts doesn't have as much options. Mid-Tech now thinking, okay, or actually Shellouts now thinking, okay, we just need to keep Mid-Tech, like, we need to keep them at bay, and we need to just make sure they keep themselves in a staggered position. So both teams now playing around that. We're going to see how it culminates as we head into this final match here on Rainmaker and Undertow Spillway.
And honestly, on Undertow Spillway, Rainmaker, I want to see the battle of the Stampers. Stamper can use these ledges so well, and it's going to be battle of the sword. That new Stamper that can deploy the crab tank is so powerful, takes so much space, especially since neither of this team is running a backline. These Stampers are the backlines right now, and they are so key to both teams. In there, like, the Stamper that stays alive can pop the Rainmaker faster, can just like control space so much. So I'm calling it like the Stampers are going to decide this game.
If at first you don't succeed, as the famous quote goes, if at first you don't succeed, make your own anchor weapons. And we're going to see both of them come out. Actually, the heavy edit also comes out as well. So you're going to notice, I think they're going to go for some more they're going to go for more tactical action here, because they swapped out that end zap. So they're going to keep the tacticaler in there. And we're going to see how that plays into things as both teams get things started. One of them trying to look for the specials, one of them on mid-tech. Now I'm figuring it out now. We're doing great with names, guys.
Yeah, names are easy, of course, like, very, very nice. We're good at our job, Nito, and they should totally not fire us. So
I'm not getting fired, that's for sure. Right, guys? Right?
Yeah, right, please. But as we are talking about this game, it looks like Shellout is getting a lot of ground right now. But of course, Midtech is answering right away, getting a few picks. But oh no, it looks like that pick on the Rainmaker by Alexi, slowing things down, allowing the rest of Midtech to get back in is so good, especially if there's a Zuka. And right now, it's Midtech's turn to get the advantage, to get forward and bring that Rainmaker probably to left checkpoint.
Now Gold with the Rainmaker. It might be able to get the lead here. Watch for the bomb. Nice splash wall dodge. Great work there. Splash walls are your friend here. Until they're not. And they might actually get the checkpoint here. Mr. Hemulin. Oh, look at that trade. That was a great trade there. It could have been very dangerous for Mid-Tech. Shellouts now having to find the answer as Mid-Tech has cracked to the first checkpoint. Shellouts still has yet to crack to their first checkpoint, so we're going to see how they navigate this situation as we head into almost 3 minutes remaining.
Getting that first checkpoint for Mid-Tech so early is very good, and Shellouts, they know what they have to do right now. They got 2 down on to Mid-Tech. They need to pop that Rainmaker, and they need to go fast before they can regroup. But Zuka staggering things is so good for them right now. That could be a very, very fast checkpoint for them.
Heptaxel now looking for an opening, looking to sneak themselves in. Remember, Heptaxel been doing a very good job disrupting Mid-Tech, so we're going to see how this plays out. But the Crab Tank able to shut things down very, very quickly. Great job there. Gold also gets another pick there as well. There's Heptaxel yet again. Gold trying to take one down. That's 2 players down. Delayed double. Didn't get a few more. That would be perfect to halfway into the game. Yeah, it's Mid-Tech holding on the lead for now. Shellouts, though, proving to be very dangerous here.
It's all about the control of the space right now for Mid-Tech, denying Shellouts, not allowing them to move forward, and it looks like it's working very much for them. 2 down onto onto the Shellouts. Mid-Tech is going to move forward again and try to extend their lead.
And in their lead, they might complete looking at an almost orange road in front of them. But they do have a bit of a danger for the Crab Tank. 3 players down now for Shellouts.
Wipeout!
Shellout. There's a wipeout. It couldn't get any easier for for mid-tech as they get into 10 points remaining, 4 points remaining, just all so close to the KO. They go 3 players down, but what an opening, what a statement push actually for mid-tech as Shellouts is looking at a big mountain they have to climb here.
No lead is safe, but Shellouts, they need a KO right now. They pretty much need a KO, and if they don't get it, mid-tech is sure to get into alpha bracket. That's what they want, and that's what they're fighting for right now, maintaining their advantage, forcing Shellouts to do everything they can, but it's not enough. It's all mid-tech right now. Alexi just keeping control all around, and Eptaxel just going in with just the curling, but with no paint control, with everything being orange right now. It's so tough to get in, Nito.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't actually notice how much orange there was until you pointed it out. Look at it. You look at this POV. It's almost. Oh gosh. Okay. Wow.
It is so orange. But chew down. That Zuka managed to get things. But here's the thing. Right now, Shellouts, they need to paint before they can even move forward. They don't have much time. They have 20 seconds, and they don't even have a checkpoint. It's going to, they're going to need a monster push, and that crab tank from the Stamper is the way to start it.
Line now picking up the Rainmaker. 10 seconds left.
Ooh.
8 seconds left. There's an Inkzuka. Just clips right through the checkpoint. That's going to be game. That's going to be mid-tech taking the win on this set over Shellouts, making it 2-1, and that should, in theory, confirm them a spot in the alpha bracket. Looking at how things are going so far.
Yeah, mid-tech, like Shellouts put up a very, very good fight. I mean, they won the first game, and they had good control of the first game. These two teams were pretty even, fighting till the very end, but mid-tech getting the advantage. And once mid-tech had the advantage on game 2 and game 3, they just managed to keep. They kept the fight in mid, they denied, and it worked very well for them.
I mean, you talk about dominance. We saw in that one little... We saw as the spectator cam goes out to the whole map, that is almost completely orange. This is an orange juice map now.
Oh yeah.
So that is... Wow. Okay. Good. Hats off to you. Hats off to you, mid-tier. That is... Mid-tech.
Mid-tech. That's the thing with mid-tech. Once they had that huge lead, the moment they had the advantage, they were not using that to push, they were just using that to paint the map. And that's all they needed. They don't need to push, just paint the ground. It's easy. The game of Splatoon, painting the ground works, and it really gave them that win in the end.
That is the best way to play the game, and the best way to play the game is just paint the ground, see what happens. And I shouldn't point out right now, actually, with that win, and with Zestfest winning over Almond Nuts, Zestfest being 1-1 now, mid-tech is 2-0, and that should confirm them a spot in the alpha bracket just based on this record, getting that win. I think that if they get this next win, obviously that's going to be for higher seeding, but right now they're looking to be in a pretty good spot so far.
Yeah, and I believe, Nito, that this group is done, so we are going to... I mean, these two groups, it's round is done. All the teams have fought each other, so we have to get prepared for the next round.
That's going to be a very quick break. We're going to get things started very quickly.
No, we are not going to a quick break.
It was a very quick break, actually, because now we're back in action. See that? See what I'm doing there? I promise I'm not getting fired from my job.
Okay, so we are back in action.
See how well I'm doing? I promise I'm not going to go post my resume. Okay, no, actually, let's think about it. FA post is basically a resume.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of FAs. But we are going to see Perihelie versus Inkception right there. Perihelie, I think it has something to do with when the Earth is as far from the sun as possible. And Inkception has something to do with a movie.
Inkception has something to do... I mean... yeah, I can't remember. I have to and you mentioned the movie, I have to point out Matt Squid Damon's performance. Very good job. I actually don't remember if Matt Damon was in the movie. But the good news about both of these teams is that they did very well in that this last matchup. Sorry, in day one so far. So looking into this next matchup, they're actually both 1-1. This is a very important matchup now because both of these teams have to win this one set if they want to get themselves into the alpha bracket. It's very important to see how this one plays out.
The fight for alpha bracket between these two teams, it's for all the marbles. You have a best of 3 that decides if you are still in the run for the crown or if you are out. That's how it plays, and it's going to start on Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime. And Nito, last round we saw 2 teams resolutely avoiding backlines. On Barnacle, come on, I hope we're gonna see a charger here. I want to see a good backline, some range action.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very short map, but ranges are going to be almost imperative to see here. So we're going to see what both of these come out with. Sniper Rider is going to be a good place to start. Let's see what they bring out. That's actually no backline, but there is a Rapid Pro Deco, or actually a Rapid Deco. So that is worth noting because I do think this weapon is, I don't want to say niche pick. I think you still see a lot of it, but it's so very effective with the way its kit works and the way it gives you that extra range and mobility.
And between the blaster effect and the torpedoes, you can really annoy a backline, and that could be what decides the game, because the range on that pencil is such a threat for everybody, especially on such a flat map right now. It looks like Perihelie is just like getting points after points, but here comes the inkjet from Lutzi. Lutzi just cleaning up right now. What a jetpack!
Look at that. Lutzi cleaning up shop with the inkjet, and it looks like so far so good for Inkception as they get things started. Perihelie though, and man, names are doing so well today. But we got 2 players going down now. That's 3 players down. Might be a delayed wipe there. Great stuff there from Perihelie. Perihelie, yes, let's go.
And Perihelie, they don't have that much penalty, and right now they have very good control. Inkception, they need to wait, bide their time, prepare their special so they can push together. And here comes the killer well and the tactical Inkception going forward as much as they can. The Perihelie, they made a lot of points there, and Inkception is just getting to the zone right now. They need to paint.
Notice how deep Lutzi was there in enemy territory. That's why I like how well Rapid Deco can do in a comp like this. Even with long range, you can still be so aggressive there. Lutzi with the assist, helping out low with that pick there. Perihelie though, currently holding on to the lead. 27 points remaining, and he's still holding on with a few more picks on the board. Lutzi and Swell there trying to work on a 2v1. Now it becomes a 2v2. Levia there, quick work with the blaster. Might see another pick here as we see one trying to work their way around. Perihelie though, still holding on to the zone.
Perihelie is so good at initiating that lockdown, but Inkception taking their sweet time to get back in full force, and right now they're dodging. They really need to get to the zone right now, and it's 3v3. Perihelie, they only need to paint, but they only have the pencil left. Very nice picks by Inkception. Inkception's keeping themselves alive, but they need a good lockdown, and that has eluded them so far. They need to keep that control, but the pencil is just already getting a pick on the blaster.
And that's important because this combination of Lutzi and Swall has been doing so well with 2v1s and making sure they can take those fights together, knowing how well they can work together. But now 2 players going down. Now that's Swall there, Lutzi and Low having to work together. Lutzi goes down, Wipeout goes down. Perihelie looking to get themselves back in enemy territory, making it very quick there. 11 points remaining. Not that many penalty points. It's even less now. It's starting to go down fairly quickly here.
And Perihelie is not wasting any points. The second they had that wipeout, they were all already back to spawn, but right now they have 2 down. Error needs to defend that zone just a few more seconds, and it's just a few players. You have to paint the zone right now, and Perihelie gets it.
Oh my goodness! And this is one of those situations during like a regular competitive match where you'd think like as soon as they get the lead, the zone goes neutral. But no, Perihelie holding on a lot there, holding very strong there. So great job from Perihelie. I think that is, wow, that is a very aggressive offense. And even then, they still knew how to hold things strong just because they were so aggressive. I mean, Inkception just doesn't have the responses.
When Inkception were pushed back into their spawn, they would take their time, build up special, get special to push forward. When Perihelie were pushed down into their spawn, they would just go forward with the players, and then use their specials on the zone to capture the zone faster. It was really Perihelie just going forward whenever they wanted. That allowed them to get that game won, whereas Inkception, they needed to wait for special, they needed to wait for coordination. Perihelie just having like that extra fight in them. And unless the Lutzi with the Inkjet was cleaning up, it was very, very tough for them.
Yeah, that was... Whew. I mean, one heck of a way to start things on. Perihelie, I think... That was just splat zones. Now, re-heading to Clan Blitz, this is a completely different mode. I still think Perihelie, with the way they're being aggressive in that last match, I think this translates very well into Clan Blitz because there's just... See them push in almost all four together. They're making basically this solid brick wall moving forward towards you at a very high rate of speed. Usually, that tends to slow things down on your end. Usually.
I think that, like, Inkception, they need to change the way they do things. They need to find a way to bring the fight to Perihelie, because if they don't, Perihelie is, as you said, going to repeat what they did. And the kind of dynamic that we had in that first game would work very well for Scorch Gorge on Clan Blitz. Like, especially on Scorch Gorge, you have wide open space. That pencil is going to have a whale of a time.
A whale of a time indeed. I mean, we're going to see what both of these teams come out with now heading into game 2. Perihelie, as it turns out, is on match point thanks to best of 3, or best of 5, or best of 3, best of 3. Oh, man. I promise I will not need my resume. We're going to head into game 2 now. Perihelie in the purple, or magenta, and now Inkception in the green. And we see similar comps. I think Perihelie is going to stick with the similar comp. That's 2 shots now, 1 T-take, 1 V shot. That's Inkception with the squeezer now.
Yeah, the squeezer, and I don't think we had the glue guys in the first game either. That's much more mid-range fighting on the side of Inkception, and it looks like it's working. It's working pretty well. It's just Neox with a pencil, and not anymore. Inkception just getting this map apparently.
Well, the range worked in the last match, with the Rapid Deco. So what do? You're bringing the Glugas, you're bringing the Squeezer, and you just use them to your advantage. Swell there with the Squeezer, able to sneak in a few picks. Lutzi there, able to sneak in a few picks as well. Although they go 2 players down, the Gluga duel is now making a bit of quick work there. Phantom not being able to turn in that last clan, but that is a good opening push for a team that struggled to do the same in the last match, but this is a great way to get things started here.
Yeah, it's not the biggest push, but Inkception, they needed that kind of momentum. They needed to get their head back in the game, and they're showing, okay, like, we got here not by mistake. We can fight you. We can bring the fight to you. And right now, Perihelie is just struggling to defend their spawn. They don't know what to do against this new Inkception team that just woke up.
New Inkception team indeed. I mean, we find them still working together, and they saw that those 2v1s were working the last match, so they're starting to use it just a little bit more now. You'll see Bloodsea and I believe that was Low there working together. Swall there taking the high ground with that Inkzuka, and Low and Phantom at the bottom there, seeing if anyone tries to sneak by. They're doing so well. They're playing to a level I didn't see in that previous match. So Perihelie now hasn't found the responses yet, but you want to watch that Teddy Tech almost sneak by. Lutzi there sneaking by as well, getting a few picks. That's going to be a trade. Two players going down on both sides now.
And trade after trades are going. But right now, it looks like Inkception is keeping the fight, maintaining things, but Perihelie have lots and lots of clams, Nito, and they are under the basket now.
Here we go, Perihelie popping out the first basket. Now this is their first push. 3 players down now, keeping them in that staggered position. Now they take the lead. Can they get a few more clams in? They have 3 ready. Down to 47 points remaining. Now they have many more clams ready. Down to 23 remaining. 20 points remaining. They're now within power clam territory. If they can get a power clam or even get a few more clams, and this will be a huge push. They get down to 11 remaining. Low now, trying to find an option. Find an opening here. Perihelie might get the win here. They need one more clam. Gets the clam. No way there. Sneaks it in. Taking the set for Perihelie as they go 2-1.
Wow! Perihelie are strong. And Inkception managed to surprise them at the start of that game, to put them off balance. And Perihelie slowly took their time, learned how that new Inkception was playing. And after struggling to defend, then they struggled to get mid, and then they just got forward. They got the clams and they got forward. And again, it was that brick wall moving forward onto you. That was Perihelie just ending the game right there.
I mean, what a heck of a way to end the game. Perihelie, it looked like Inkception opened up and started to play as a different team, which, to their point, that was a fairly good opening, making sure you can you knew what to do in this case, and you knew how to play against a team like Perihelie, and you knew what would work better. But Perihelie, though, as soon as I don't know, something clicked. Something said, okay, wait, we can still be aggressive here with our comp, and we can still be aggressive even though Inkception's starting to work a little bit more, or starting to work better in terms of communication and coordination. So, very great job there by Perihelie, responding to another response.
Yeah, very great job, and that means Perihelie is going to make it to Alpha Bracket right there, Nito. That's very good for them. That's like, I mean, that was a commanding way to get in. And we're going to see what more is in our groups right there.
Yes, currently we're looking at Red Project versus Alliance Moon. That set has yet to finish, but the way things stand right now, if Alliance Moon can get this win, that will make them undefeated, getting them into a pretty high, putting them pretty well into seeding. If Red Project wins, now it's a little tiebreaker here between Perihelie and Alliance Moon. So I'm going to look at Alliance Moon won that set against Perihelie, so I believe this means that means that team gets just bumped up, but it does mean that both teams right now, as it stands, both teams will be making it to Alpha Brackets. Alliance Moon and Perihelie.
Yeah, and looking at other groups, it looks like Celestial that we saw in round 1 is going to make it to Alpha Bracket. Behind Overtime, though. Overtime managed to beat them, but Celestial still in there. Meanwhile, on round 2, who did we see? We saw Shellouts versus Midtech in Group F, and Group F right now is not completely complete, but it looks like Zfest is in a good spot to get qualified. Unless Almond Nuts manage to beat Midtech, it should be Midtech and Zestfest.
And there are a few other notable results here to look at. The Div 5 runner-ups, Matter of Opinion, going down 2-0 against Ominous. So that's very interesting to look at here. Overtime, keeping a bit of their dominance, taking on Arrows of Fire and winning 2-0. There's a lot of results across the board, and we're going to see how that plays out because the main event's coming up. I mean, we're done with top 32. These teams are about to get done with top 32. The main event of the night's coming up. It's the one and only Alpha Bracket.
Yeah, we are making it to Alpha Bracket easily, Nito, because we're good.
Yeah, you're right. Even though I am pretty much banned from Lowing, I am making it into the alpha bracket. So that means we could potentially see our first ever Lowing 2-time champion. So if any other former Lowing champions want to be commentator, go ahead and sign up. We can see a 2-time Lowing champion.
I mean, I've never made it to alpha bracket of Lowing. I'm here because I don't have a team to play with, Nito. I'm the opposite.
Okay. It's okay. I don't have a team to play with Lowing, or team to play Lowing with either.
But
if any of you want to sneak me in, no, don't sneak me in. Don't.
I don't think the TOs would be happy with that. They prefer you on the mic, I think.
Yeah, no. They do prefer me on the mic, which is why I am not getting my resume ready. I'm not getting my resume ready.
Yeah, I'll make you like a letter of recommendation if you need.
There we go. That's what I'm looking for. I like this. I like this coordination here from Pat. And if you ever need a letter of recommendation, I will also sign one. I'll put my stamp on it. Trust me, I got you.
Thanks. But
very confident. Thanks.
I mean, I don't need to make my FA post. We made it. We're good commentators. We're casting Loic, and they haven't fired us yet. They haven't told us to get off the mic, so I think we're fine.
We are fine for now. But this means that I believe we're still waiting. Actually, I do want to see how Red Project and Alliance Moon end up, but that means that we're going to take a small little time out, get things ready for y'all on the other side being out for brackets, so don't change the channel. We'll be right back with the main event of the night, Alpha Bracket. this is, ladies and gentlemen, the main event of the night because we are finally heading into the alpha bracket. This is going to be, for all the marbles now, single elim, winner takes all, and there's no better way to get started than with the match we have lined up for you. Matter of Opinion versus Perihelie für immer, if I'm right.
Yeah, I think it means Reef Slider forever in German.
And again, like I said to Pat earlier, one heck of a hill to die on. But you know what, Reef Slider, I respect it. I respect it.
I mean, oh, look at their logo. It's so cute. It's cute Reef Slider.
Oh, I just saw. Yeah. And Matter of Opinion also has a cow.
Yep. I mean...
Oh, because it stands... Oh. Okay. No, I get it now. Okay. No, I'm still working on things. Now I've got names down. I got the pronunciation down. But you know what what's about to go down? It's the first round of Alpha Bracket. We're getting into a best of 5 situation now, and it all starts on Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market.
Yeah, Splat Zones on Hagglefish. And one thing we need to say about Matter of Opinion. They were evenly tied with 2 other teams in their group. So they made them play an extra best of 1 between these 3 teams, and Matter of Opinion won both of these best of 1. So if you're Matter of Opinion and have to counter pick, honestly, go to Macro Zones because that's what you were playing.
I mean, that's no better way to get tiebreakers going, but here in the single elim, there's no tiebreakers, and the best way to get things started is by starting game 1. That's Matter of Opinion in the blue, and Hammerhive in the orange. So great opening here from Matter of Opinion. They're going to start trying to get charged their specials, trying to get things going. Trying to zone as well if they can, but it is pretty early in the matchup, so they still have a lot of time to go. That's 2 players going down very quickly there. Matter of Opinion going down 2 players, and Hammerhive looking for a very well opening here. Very good opening.
Yeah, very good opening, very back and forth, but right now it looks like Moo is getting the advantage, but all of Hammerhive is just keeping that zone as much as they can, and with the big bubbler onto the zone, they look poised to make more points. Okay, never mind, there's a vacuum. I didn't see a vacuum.
One heck of a way to get the Commentators curse going into this set, as Matter of Opinion gets quite the advantage there off of that 1 pick. Now 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Good opening here for Matter of Opinion as Hammerhive looking to get things started yet again. Matter of Opinion is going to take the lead fairly quickly here, but it looks like they're starting to hold it down pretty well until they get that 1 man going down. The Booyah Bomb comes out, the Bubbler comes out, has to watch out for... Wow, look at that.
What the defense!
Right before it comes out.
And Matter of Opinion had to play extra games just to get here, but they are in here strong right now. 30 points left between them and getting that game number 1, but it looks like Hammerhive is going to be back in there, back in the game, and trying to push them away, but Ben just getting picks.
Ben getting fixed, Ben getting even more. Look at that. What a way for Matter of Opinion to get themselves back in. This is something we've been seeing earlier, and there's the Yuzuka pick. There's another pick. Can we get another pick with a Booyah Bomb? There it is. Ben, have a day. Goodness gracious. There's picks after picks coming from Ben, and Matter of Opinion is currently rolling right now, holding the zone, getting into the halfway point. These things are going so well for Matter of Opinion, and Puma is still struggling to find a way back in, but they might be able to find a way here as they get a few picks on the board. Now, as soon as I say that, there's a triple on the side of Yamaha.
Yeah, but right now it's just the junior Yushi forever has to jump out and gets punished. All of Hammerhive, they need to push forward, and you know what they could use right now? A Reef Slider, but they don't have one! They should have brought one, because Matter of Opinion is getting that game 1.
So, let me go ahead and point this out. These 2 teams met each other in the group stage yesterday. Matter of Opinion won that set 2-1. Matter of Opinion comes into the set saying, okay, we know what they're going to pull out, we know what they're going to do. What kind of stops are going to take. So Matter of Opinion decides, you know what? All guns blazing, let's just send everybody up there. And honestly, we may not even have to do that because Ben just popped off for a good 30 seconds on stream. So that is okay. One heck of a way to start. Great job.
I mean, when you have one of your players pop off, just splat 6 players in a row, maintain control ahead of the zone, you just win the game, and that's what happened. And Matter of Opinion, they were, like, as a team, forward. They had the advantage before that. And then just Benex just destroyed, just shredded, awoken, and just pushed the limit. And Hammer High, they're going to have a very, very tough time getting back from that, because that game was all for Moo.
Yeah, I mean... That, one heck of an opening there. And now heading into this alpha bracket, it's all going to be about counter picks. And Fairly Hammer High has to think there has to be one map or any map where we can at least try to slow down Matter of Opinion. Whatever worked out in the group stage, I'm gonna have to go back and check the maps real quick, but whatever worked out for them, they're gonna have to go back onto that and consider that in their counter pick, because so far Matter of Opinion looking as hot and as spicy as ever.
And if I have an advice for Hammer High, don't go on a map that you think is bad for Matter of Opinion. Go on a map where you can play together, where you know that you're going to be coordinated. Because if Benex is to your side, you need Benex to be in a 2v1. Otherwise, you're in trouble. So you can't take Benex in a one. Rainmaker.
Now the power pick has actually come in. It's gonna be Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway. That's a great option for what I think for what Hammer High had in the beginning there. Lots of aggression, and then just have that Hydra sitting on top of high ground. Just a lot of high grounds here on Undertow Spillway. So I think what they're trying to do is make sure they can keep that Hydra in case Benex ever pops off like that again, first of all. And secondly, just to make sure they have that backup. But this is a great. I think I see what they're going for here with this counter pick. We're gonna see how it plays out as we head into game 2.
We go there, Hammer High. They need to win the fights. We've seen Rainmaker earlier, Nito. You have to get these fights. You have to get forward and. Is that a sploosh? Is that a sploosh with a lot of swim speed?
Oh my gosh, I love seeing this funny stuff on stream, dude. You would think just heading into this matchup, we might just be watching someone playing solo queue with the sploosh, but I guarantee you, there's a method to this madness. There's definitely something going on here. They want their own Benex. They want someone just going in there, all guns blazing, popping off. Here's Devil sneaking by a few players. Might be able to get the pick here on the umbrella, able to do so. Devil doing it in quick succession there. Still a few more players to look. Still a few more players to pick off as Hammer High opens up with a push of their own.
A push of their own, and right now, Matter of Opinion using every special they have to stop that Rainmaker, but it's not enough. Finally, they get it right before the checkpoint, and they're able to push the Reef Sliders away. But this is not over. The Reef Slider getting a decent push, and honestly, again, that's the kind of momentum shift that you want. You want to show that you can fight these guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very good way to start things off and a very good way to do just that. And just getting that opening and making sure you're sending as much players down there as you can. So there is, again, a method to this madness here, and having just people go down over and over again, making sure we can send them down. Here comes another Jag clip if you haven't gotten tired of that one, because we got one earlier on stream. That was a pretty good double there as Hammer High looking to get things started. Actually, it's a Matter of Opinion looking to get things started. Hammer High able to stop that push that there's Yushi forever able to get that opening pick, and here's the sploosh in action. See what they can do on their end as one player goes down from Hammer High.
The sploosh action really stopping the push on the side of Matter of Opinion right now. But That's a bit early for a pick of a Rainmaker, and right now, Moo is back on the attack. It's 3 down onto Hammer High, and they're next to the checkpoint. That's a free checkpoint for Moo, and Moo right now get the checkpoint, get the lead, and they just need to get a bit more with that Inkjet. They're gonna make a lot more points.
Here comes the Inkjet. Welcome back. Can we get a few more picks? That's 3 players down. 4. Hammer Matter of Opinion. Looking to make yet another statement. Can you get a few more players up there? Yoshi Snip has something to say about that. Says, no, you're not. 3 players going down now. 4 Hammer Matter of Opinion looking as strong as ever as Hammer is able to put a stop to that. Take the Rainmaker, push it up, and get it out of harm's way.
Yeah, and pushing to that side is very risky. Like, you're gonna lose your players, and as we can see, Hammer High is back in control now. But they got to 35 just by walking up that ramp. And right now, with 2 minutes left, and Hammer High is struggling against this team, it's a pretty good lead, Nito.
Pretty good lead indeed. I mean, up to 35 remaining. Remember that no lead is safe. There's Benex. They got able to sneak by, not enough to completely sneak by, though. They get picked up by, I believe that's Sphinx there. There's a few more picks now. 2 players going down now. That's a double for Hammer High as they still looking to get themselves even further into enemy territory. Here's the Ink back here. Everything causing trouble. That's a triple. That's a wipeout.
What a wipeout by Moo here. Moo are just taking control, and again, all they need to do right now is deny for 1 minute and 20 seconds. But Hammer High is not out of it yet. They are still fighting, getting the jumps in, getting forward, getting a wipeout! And now they get the right checkpoint. And it's all about, can they do what?
That the group stage matchup, because it looks like it was no fluke. Matter of Opinion holding strong, up to 35 points remaining. Gotta watch out for that player on the side though. Devil ready to sneak by. Watch for Devil. That Jet Scorcher knows exactly what's coming. Devil has to back up there. Great job from Matter of Opinion. Look at that. There's just almost completely orange. Their whole side. There's a lot that Hammer High is gonna have to go up against.
Yeah, they got wiped. They lost the checkpoint, but immediately they were in defensive position. They limited the damage, and right now they are back in control, and they just need to hold.
A few more minutes remaining. I mean, it's 10 seconds remaining. Just a few more seconds left on the clock. Devil trying to make a sneak by. Not able to do enough. That's a wipeout as well. Matter of Opinion winning that game in almost completely dominant fashion. Nothing able to touch that Rainmaker as they go up 2-0, heading into match point.
And a very, very nice 2-0 from Matter of Opinion. They, like, Hammer High managed to get the checkpoint off of a wipeout. They didn't manage to get a single extra point after that. Matter of Opinion just had that control, and it's really the Hammer High for Immer is right there, right behind them, able to get a few fights. It's just these extra points that are eluded them. That extra push, that getting in to the territory that they're not able to do, and they're going to need to find a way to do that if they want to come back, because right now they need a reverse sweep.
Oh man, I mean, just being in the situation, you've got to think, like, Matter of Opinion's thinking, okay, well, we've won the group stage and we're winning this one so far. All we need to do is sit back and let them do the work for us, because we know how to counter them efficiently, both in gameplay or both comp-wise, skill-wise, almost everything-wise. Here's the counter pick coming your way, by the way. That's Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. They're going to stick to Rainmaker, which is, I think, there's an understanding to this, seeing that as how they didn't quite do as badly on Rainmaker, actually. They did pretty well. They were able to sneak in a few more picks. They were able actually to sneak in a few more points in as well through some pretty decent pushes. So I think I see what they're going for here. Still going to take a lot to slow down Matter of Opinion.
Yeah, I feel like Hammer High is going with their favorite mode. After they just lost on on Undertow, it's a bit risky. Like, are you like a bit too stubborn, or do you have a plan? Is the question I want to ask of Hammer High. But I hope we see that Sploosh coming back though.
Oh my gosh, the Sploosh is my favorite pick so far, and honestly, I could see it coming back just because. If you want something like Benex to where you can constantly disrupt them and constantly have them on their toes, it's going to be Sploosh. But we're going to see what their picks are as we head into Game 3. That's Matter of Opinion on Match Point. Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. And we're going to see what both of these teams pull out fairly quickly here, unless we don't. Here we are. It's Matter of Opinion at the Tri Nouveau, and Umbrella's making a return. There's a heavy spiraling as well. Whoa, what? Okay. Okay, look at this.
Double shot coming on the side of Hammer High. Hammer High, they want the aggro. They want the short range fighting right there. Meanwhile, that heavy is immediately punished, and it looks like Hammer High finally gets their groove, gets forward, and gets that. Never mind.
One heck of a way to just like completely deny that.
Yeah, very, very nice deny. And right now it is on matter of Opinion's turn to attack, to try to get that checkpoint, but to have 2 players down, and that Hammer is going to stop things with an extra Zuka to add injury to more injury. And very back and forth right now. Both teams are struggling to get that checkpoint. We see picks after picks, and 2 down, 3 down. It's a 1v1 right now. A 1v1 is the heavy versus the Rainmaker. The lead is taken, but the checkpoint is denied again, and the super jumps are coming from both teams. Everybody is just trying to shoot everybody. I love it.
Goodness, I mean, this is almost just a fight here between both teams, just seeing which teams can trade off the least, because both of these teams teeing off on one another with picks all across the board. I mean, neither team has broken past the checkpoint. That's worth noting. The lead is still at 65 remaining. We're still sitting behind the pedestal at this point.
Yep. And Matter of Opinion, they got the advantage, they got the Rainmaker, they're trying to push forward, but already they have to dodge every special in existence if they want to get past mid. Another Zuka incoming, gets punished though, it's 2 down. This could be the opportunity for Matter of Opinion to get the checkpoint, but no, it's denied. Devil, just being a devil and stopping them right there.
Not if Devil has anything to say about it. What a nice stop there. In order to prevent them from getting the lead, they still have yet to clear a checkpoint. That Tri-Slosher isn't going to make it any easier. Both teams seeing players go down. That's a triple there for Matter of Opinion. Hammer High still looking for the response. They haven't found it yet. Neither team has actually still crossed the checkpoint, as we hadn't been halfway remaining.
Half of a game, and it's just been the 2 teams trying to run at this checkpoint and getting punished. This is just fight after fight after fight, and here comes the Ultrasum trying to get extra fight. And both teams are just constantly back to the drawing board, and right now trying to get the advantage, but not getting any 2 down onto Hammerhide. That's going to be another push for Moo.
Oh gosh, here comes another push. And you gotta watch for Yushi forever. It's still sharking. Might be able to clean this pickup around Umbrella. Umbrella goes down. Yushi still on their feet. A few more picks down. That's a double for Hammer High. They pick up the Rainmaker. The Trizuka able to shut that down almost immediately. Benex there able to take that pick. And still, we're still looking for one team to get past the pedestal. They're still trading picks. This has been the story the whole matchup here. As we see Benex pick up the Rainmaker, 2 players going down. Maybe we see 3 players go down. There it is. You might even see a delayed wide pick. This team can cross the pedestal, get the checkpoint. There's the first checkpoint of the game with 1 minute 15 left on the clock.
1 minute 15, and it's not just a checkpoint for matter of opinion. They walk more, they get more points, and after being in mid the whole time, now they push forward and they get to 16. 16 is such a good lead, especially with how even these teams have been until now.
Good gosh, here's another pick. Oh my goodness, Yoshi almost sneaks by. Almost able to get the checkpoint, but Benix and the rest of Matter of Opinion shuts that down almost immediately. Here comes the Umbrella here trying to sneak by, at least get a few more picks, make sure they can lock this game in with 30 seconds left on the clock. They're making a pretty good case for getting the Rainmaker. Here's a double, here's a triple. We might see a wipe. There's the wipe. That could be it for Matter of Opinion to move on.
15 seconds! Hammer High have 15 seconds to produce a miracle. The Rainmaker is going to go back into mid, and that's pretty good for Hammer High, honestly. They just need to pop and they need to grab, and now they need a monster push. You can't go down anymore. You have to dodge everything if you're the Rainmaker. That's the Umbrella down onto Matter of Opinion, but that's one down for Hammer High too. 3 versus 1, and now it's the Zuka! Zuka ends it!
GG Zuka to put the game away and to give Matter of Opinion the 3-0 win, moving on to round 2 of the Alpha Bracket. I mean, what can we say? We saw just about everything this is textbook Splatoon 3. You've got the neutral fight, you've got neither team crossing past the checkpoint, and yet it's still such an entertaining matchup.
Yeah, and it was really a show of Matter of Opinion figuring it out. Like, that was such a long fight into mid with nothing going on, and then Matter of Opinion just oh wait, we do this, then that, then we get that checkpoint, and from then on we can just move forward, get the points, and from then on it was all Matter of Opinion. And Matter of Opinion were in Hammer High's head at the end of that game. They just had it.
Wow. I mean, from the beginning and onwards to Rainmaker, we saw what was pretty much the blueprint of offensive battles throughout the whole set. Then we head into Rainmaker Humpback, and it's all of a sudden neither team is making it past here, and it's still offensive, but neither team has the picks needed because they're all just going down one by one. Yeah. So Matter of Opinion, all of a sudden, now they're up to 18 remaining. Hammer High just doesn't have the response because, again, both teams struggled to get past, but once Matter of Opinion gets this huge opening, it's almost game over from then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was very good, and it looks like Hammer High were a bit stubborn trying to go back to Rainmaker because Matter of Opinion, they were happy with it, they were fine with it. They got that game pretty nice, and that's a clean 3-0 for them. But Nito, I have bad news. I just received bad news.
What's this bad news?
We're fired. We have to make an FA post to our viewers, and then we have to go. This is the end for us.
Well, jeez. Well, yeah. Okay. All right. So, if you want to hire a new commentator, and if you're looking for someone who has experience in competitive Splatoon and in competitive, you can find me on the Twitter /BlueSky / even Twitch at Nito Unused, and you could even find me on LinkedIn because I need a job now. If anyone's hiring, like, say, anything over minimum wage, I'll take it.
Okay.
Where can we find you, and where can we hire you?
You can hire me on Twitter at PatAutumn with underscores in between. That's PatJAutumn with underscores. Same as on Blue Sky, but without the underscores, and that's pretty much it. Thank you so much for watching us, and it's only going to get more intense, so stay tuned. Our next casters will be awesome, and we'll show you the best low ink action.
And also, they still have a job.
Yep.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink December 2023. I am Popgun, joined by Saf, and we got a doozy of a set for you guys coming up here in Alpha Bracket. But before we get to that, Saf, I got a very important question for you. How you doing today?
I'm at the edge of my seat, Popgun. I'm at the edge of my seat. I mean, Overtime and Super Team 5 both placed really high on the prediction list of who is going to make it into the top, who's top 10, top 6, whatever. Well, top 6 if you're Nito, but top 10 for you. Overtime and Super Team 5 both in those positions. Super Team 5, I believe, getting pretty high in their Division 4 Ludi playoff, and Overtime doing pretty well in Division 6 as well. Yeah, so all in all, given all of the information, I'm doing pretty good. I'm jazzed.
Yeah, and both of these teams are going to be playing for the opportunity to get absolutely curb stomped by Puma's Cats in Graham's finals. But that's to be determined about an hour from now. Overtime, I believe, is completely undefeated so far in this tournament. Super Team 5 playing without their captain because they forgot to put them on the roster before registration ended. Kind of cringe, but they're still doing pretty well here. The second place team back in October looking to bring home the gold this time around. What is this? Splat Zones, Barnacle, and Dime.
Dreadbringer.
We got double Zuka right off the bat. Really? All right.
I'm seeing Dreadbringer coming out from Mellow here. Interesting pick, but also their only pick if you were to go and look at their Sendoku profile. That is the only weapon that they play. Which, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because the first couple points on the board are going to be going to them. So, looking pretty good to me.
Wasn't it Super Team 5 that was using Dreadbringer almost exclusively back in October? Instead, this time around, it's Overtime using it against them. So I wouldn't be surprised if, honestly, we see Dreadbringer versus Dreadbringer at some point in this set. Which, this is probably the only tournament where I would say that sentence out loud. But so far, Overtime making quick work of this one. A minute gone by, have not lost control of the zone, threatening to get a KO right here if Super Team 5 can't break out of this lockout.
Yeah, look, and they're trying here. Walk is going to try to break in with this stamp, too, going across the zone, trying to go around, but getting pincered by two members of Overtime. And I mean, the zone's still not being taken out of control. And look at that. I mean, the Reef Slider coming in to just save that take back. Just with a few seconds left to spare, only 10 seconds remaining on the clock for Overtime here. And I mean, you got to be watching where that Carbon Roller is going to be coming out from Look, because that's the game, Popgun.
That is. There it is. There it went. We spent more time talking before the game started than the actual game.
Yeah, true.
But they just got control. They didn't lose it at all, did they?
No,
so
not
Overtime, you just curb stomped Super Team 5 right there. I'm double checking this because, believe it or not, I don't actually know all the information off the top of my head of everything. Did Overtime not lose a single set so far this tournament? 6-0 yesterday. They are 10-0 in sets so far. Not the most impressive team currently alive in the tournament, but so far so good.
I mean,
Team 5 lost twice yesterday. I keep cutting you off. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I mean, there's something in the pre-workout that Overtime took yesterday and today, because if you're coming into day 2 undefeated and you're in this match 9 looking to try to find a top 4 spot, I mean, Overtime's got it in the bag so far, but all depending upon what Super Team 5 is going to want to counterpick here, and especially if they did their homework and looked back maybe at what was working for them yesterday, what worked for them today, what do they want to do coming off of a Splat Zones loss, and the pick is made, and Undertoned Rainmaker. I mean, we're doing a repeat of round 1, Popgun.
Yeah, well, this is, just be surprised that it's not Tower Control Art Academy. You know what, if there's always a Rainmaker map that needs to be picked, it's usually Undertow. That seems to be the go-to Rainmaker map. It's just starting to get some TC Art Academy vibes to it itself. It's like, okay, you might not realize your opponent would enjoy going to this map as well, but regardless, Overtime looking to get this set up to a 2-0. Super Team 5, who I believe did lose twice yesterday. And how'd they do in top 32? Is the question. I'm stalling. They went 3-0 in top 30. So they're doing much better today than what they did yesterday so far. Their first individual loss in Alpha Bracket here. But again, I genuinely think Super Team 5 used Dreadringer almost exclusively. Now, that was 2 months ago, and they might have woke up and realized, oh, wait a minute, this is, if we want to win this tournament, we need to do double Zuka and go to a double splatter shot here. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it come out at some point. Maybe this map right here, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it could be kind of fun. Going back to the old formula of what used to work could be kind of fun, especially when you see the other team using it to their success, especially how Overtime was running it in that Splatoon's game, because again, they didn't lose the point once. They had firm control the entire time, and is Rainmaker going to be the same here? I mean, you got to be looking out for Z-Look, because if Z-Look is going to get on your flank, I mean, it's game over for you. But again, Dreadringer coming out for Overtime.
And Super Team 5, 0 range. I believe the Wiper is the longest range weapon that they have, which in logic should make absolutely 0 sense, but that's what they're coming out right here. By the way, Dreadringer combined with the ballpoint, so it's going to be a lot of high-power aggression coming out from Super Team 5 versus this more defensive comp coming out from Overtime here. And quite honestly, I think the key for Overtime is just paint the snot out of the map and let your Carbon Roller do all of the work for you. Well, they're going to get a great opportunity to get a lot of paint on the ground right now as they have complete control of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, as you said it, so it shall be, because Look got a trading pick to take the Rainmaker out of possession for Super Team 5. So as long as this map stays painted orange, look, it's open season for Look. I mean, look at this. As I say it, they're already on the push up.
Wok just completely stuck in no man's land, trying to kick people in the shins until Overtime eventually said, yeah, we're just going to shut that down. Now, here's the question. You got all this paint, you got some specials built up. Are you just waiting for your Carbon to get some splats before you can pick up the Rainmaker? Because this seems like a good time to try to do something with the Rainmaker. Instead, they wait too long, their players get splatted, the ballpoint staying back is just going to play Protect the President with the Rainmaker. Like, what? Okay. All right.
It seems like maybe waiting out the Trizuka was maybe the call for Bubbles here. You can see Look once again trying to pinch Walk into the corner, and they're successful with that. Looking in to take the fight here with Zenobi in the corner. The lead now being taken. Another game, Popgun, where it's low scoring and we're kind of just biding our time until we can get to that first check. But Overtime is going to be successful in doing so.
The extreme patience probably working out for them here in Spade. That's going to be that's technically a wipeout. That player jumping in. Jumped in with a reef slider. Okay, never mind. This push is still going? It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. It's not. Okay, but there you go. The patience of Overtime being extremely picky. But as soon as they picked up the Rainmaker, it was an easy path to get to that pedestal. So ultimately worked out for them. And this is the problem that Super Team 5 has to go up against here, is that Overtime with this comp, I'm assuming it's going to have to play really passive. Be very patient and take the battles that are going for them. But this Carbon Roller is doing all of the work, while the rest of their double anchor is just making sure there's plenty of orange paint behind them for them to work with. It's going to be difficult for Super Team 5 to break out and even get back into mid, as long as that ballpoint and Dreadringer stay alive.
Yeah, and with this, the Reef Slider coming in there, trying to maybe provide a little bit of coverage, it didn't really find the picks that seemed that they were looking for, so opting for the jump out was the right call, stopping the push just a little before the 60 mark there. But, I mean, Super Team 5 now finding their footing and getting back into the map. This is exactly what they want to be doing here if they want to try to make any more headway. And especially if you have Walk with that stamp, but not with the Reef Slider coming out, because, again, you find yourself in a trading position, and they got to be mindful of where that Trizuka is going to try to find landfall.
I like what Super Team 5 did right there. They got the wipeout, and they didn't just hesitate, oh, let's stay back and pop the Rainmaker. No, they hauled butt towards mid, started throwing bombs immediately as to where Overtime was going to be landing, and create the space with their subs and their presence instead of just slowly working their way up. They have the faster comp, so they have to play faster when the window opens up for them. That allowed them to get across that checkpoint. The problem is, now you got a minute left on the clock. Orange is starting to fall back onto the control of the map. And again, if you're overtime, you don't want to just force this in there. Oh, this is looking bad. Super Team 5 pops it, goes to the right, they get the lead.
Yeah, and are they going to do that? Is that what they want to do? And like you said, they're playing fast. As soon as the members of Overtime are trying to spawn back in, Super Team 5 is right there to respond and to hold them back. And especially looking on this left-hand side.
How'd they get it? If the other team's got it. What happened right there?
Wait, where is
Oh
the
my gosh, they're going to escape with it? Really? What in the world? The one player you can't lose track of, the Carbon, just says, nah, fam. If you're not going to pick it up, I will. Bye. Oh, my.
What? Where were they? Nobody knew. We didn't even know.
Well, what's so asinine about that is Super Team 5 should have had the Rainmaker in their hands anyway. They got the wipeout. That's why I said just grab it and go right and you get the lead. That's going to be game for them. They can't pick it up again. And Overtime literally steals a win from Super Team 5, who for some reason refused to pick up a Rainmaker in a situation to where it was so obvious to do so. And Overtime punished them for it.
Absolutely, for sure. But what's wild is I think we both, at least I thought that Super Team 5 picked it up and we were like, all right, it's go time, let's get going. But then no, when the spec cam flies across, we're like, wait, no, that's Z-Look by themselves on the left-hand side going over the slicks, and they made it across almost successfully, and they had safe passage, but then finally Super Team 5 able to kind of backtrack and respond to that really quickly. But you're so right, though. Like, Z-Look is the player that they need to be looking out for. They're the one that you cannot let run amok.
Very nice heads-up play by the Carbon player. And again, Super Team 5, man, just you should have had the Rainmaker in your hands anyways. I don't know what... They had all their players pushed up, popping all their specials. Like, Overtime was contained, except for that one individual player. And, okay, so we're looking at the replay right now. And yeah, when I saw it got grabbed, I was like, finally, Super Team 5 picked it up. But no, it was the Carbon who damn near dunked it. Got all the way past the uninkable untouched. Oh, boy. So now, what's the next counter pick here? Tower, okay. Did
you even ask? All reliable, baby.
They're going out of order, but it works. It works regardless.
They have what else do they have? They gotta fall back on something, and I guess with the first counter pick, I think Super Team 5 was feeling pretty confident with that first one, but they're like, okay, well, you've lead us to having no choice, Star Fox. We have to go with all reliable tower control and Inkbot.
Star Fox? Where did that come from?
Can't let you do that, Star Fox.
Okay. I thought you were going with like the wolf, Savage Wolf or something like that. I don't know. Okay, there we go.
Star Wolf.
All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to try to make as many Star Fox 64 references for the 3 people in the audience that were alive in 1996 and actually played that game.
Perfect. I was 1 year old when that happened.
Okay. Potential match-ending point here as Overtime looking to complete the sweep. No changes as far as the comp is concerned from either team. Clearly, Dreadringer and Ballpoint are the way to go with Overtime. Hey, it got him the win last time. We'll see how it works in tower control.
Well, so far, the opening is, as it goes, pretty neutral. You can see Z-Look is trying to maybe find a spot where they can go and pop out there, but Mango is not going to let them have it. A lot of incoming on the ground from Monkey as well, so they are maintaining a lot of space here, keeping that floor as blue as possible for them to respawn back in. But so far, a lot of the fights are being won by Super Team 5.
Yes, it is. A lot of specials built up by Overtime, though. Is there? Again, I'm assuming it's the same kind of play style. Just make the map the color that your Carbon Roller wants it to be. I mean, look at this. A 2v4 situation. The Carbon Roller's still just going in. Your Soda player's the last one left alive, backing up right here, and Wax saying, no, I am not happy with how that last game ended. I'm just going to take control of bats, which is what everybody wants to do on this map. And I'm just going to start slicing people in half. Now, all of that is good and fun, but if they can't clear that second checkpoint, it's not going to amount to a whole heck of a lot, at least initially. They are dive bombing everybody onto the tower. Oh my goodness. Sold their soul to try to pass that checkpoint, and they got punished for it by the Inzap.
Yippee, you did it, Monkey. Wowie zowie. Having that vacuum as kind of the cover and absorbing all of the shots that Super Team 5 could even put out was just a W in my book, because now Overtime being on the offensive, you can see Walk trying to push up there and maybe cause a little bit of discourse, but to no avail. So Overtime definitely having the wind in their sails here, going to counter Vacuum, actually taking one out of Super Team 5's playbook and going to counter Vacuum. And there they go. They were able to prevent that push at the 61. They didn't want to lose that second checkpoint, so Tower moving back onto mid.
Vacuum is just such an undervalued special. It has so many really interesting uses. I know there's like certain weapons, like it's not like it's on every kind of weapon that you would want it to be on maybe, but it works out really well with that ballpoint right there. It's not enough for Overtime to get the lead. Obviously, just because they didn't have enough players left alive, but nicely played by Super Team 5 around that one, and now they're back into control of things. Got the man advantage. Walk trying to get control of the bats yet again. This time, the Inzap player shuts it down as things have, well, both teams have kind of made attempts to move the tower up the ramp. Both seem to be pretty struggling. Some good defense coming out from both teams on their own side of the map. The problem is, mostly through the second checkpoint is Super Team 5, and that's in a stally situation like this. That's a pretty significant lead, quite honestly.
Well, not if you have Reef Slider on your side, but as I say that, Mello goes down. They were looking for the pick in the corner, but it wasn't quite there or what they were hoping for. So again, Super Team 5 having control of the tower. But I mean, Overtime playing a really phenomenal defense here. Once again, that vacuum going to be coming out. Z-Look going to take advantage of that to try to break out into mid. Popping the Trizuka, getting an assist and taking one pick in the process. So 3 members of Super Team 5 going down here and into the wipeout at that. I mean, can't let you do that, Star Fox. We got to be taking this tower all the way to the end, says Overtime.
And most importantly, they got that vacuum here. Oh, Mills dies! And now you're just stuck with this awkward vacuum that gets a double, but still a wipeout there. Man, they were in a... If just one more player was left alive, they probably could have used that vacuum to body block them, but maybe they got the player they need right now. Z-Look ledge camping and punishing 2 players from Super Team 5 as Overtime is starting to heat up yet again in the final minute here, trying to make another stab at the lead. How soon is one of those Inkzukas going to come online? It's coming out right now, but can it get popped before this race slider blows them all up? Lead goes into Overtime.
That's the kind of momentum that you're looking for if you are Overtime. Now Monkey being on the tower and with the defense of the vacuum, I mean, Mango doesn't stand a chance, but they go through the map. They go through the map.
Okay, bye. Don't forget to pick up your sister after school on the way home. What the hell is that? Are they okay?
I blame Andros for this one. They'll never defeat Andros on this one. Not if you're Monkey falling through the floor anyway. But down to the 29 mark for Overtime. Only 10 seconds left to go. Super Team 5, it's do or die at this moment because they gotta get something cooking here, especially with the juice online. They're gonna be back in as quickly as they go out. Trying to get some space on the plat here, but you gotta be careful with the Dreadringer getting a lot of poking damage. The checkpoint has been maintained, but look at Z-Look already there to take the tower back. So wow, Overtime 3 over Super Team 5? That, I didn't see that coming. Mission accomplished.
Mission complete. Overtime. Can we get a report on the player that just fell into the pit of hell right there? Did they just sell their soul to get the lead, or are they coming back? Are they okay? Like, we need a I-team report on whatever the hell that just was. Regardless, Overtime just sweeps Super Team 5 out of the tournament, the team that finished second place back in October. And, well, did it in pretty dominant fashion. Game 1 was an absolute curb stomp. Game 2, Super Team... that's going to be one they're going to look back at, Super Team 5, and be like, okay, there was a path for us to win this one here. We just let it slip away because of that one individual play. If we play a little bit faster, which is what our comp was built around, we get that win right there. That third game as well was a very scrappy win by overtime. They kept it just kept getting that one play, and honestly, that final push completely opened up by the fact that the Carbon just opened up and get a double right off the bat, allowed everybody to jump right back in, and then it was just too much momentum at their backs. But yeah, overtime looked pretty good. It is the synopsis of what I'm saying right there.
Leave overtime to have a player fall through the floor and still manage to gain the lead and maintain their lead. I mean,
which by the way is the most overtime thing possible. Like
right?
They would win a game by also breaking it at the same. This game's so crap. Okay, so where are we? Ink Fair. How are things going here? We're still looking at. We're probably going to do the bottom side of the bracket. Overtime versus a matter of opinion might be starting pretty soon, honestly, so we might hop into that. We got some options here.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk about matter of opinion at some point because wow, I mean, they are doing so well. They are killing it lately. Having so many different results coming up and now coming back in to low ink. I was really surprised to see that they made it into the top 32. I was even more surprised to see them in round 1 of alpha bracket. I'm just so impressed with how they've been doing lately, and I mean it's showing here on the alpha bracket because now they are 2-0 over solo queue in this match, and if they win this one then they're going against overtime and they secure their spot into the top 4. And I mean my own personal I guess top 4 is already like panning out. Like I thought Super Team 5 was going to be there, sure, but then seeing that they went against overtime I was like, ooh, I don't know, Super Team 5 might have this, but overtime getting a 3-0 over them, I was not expecting that at all. So now I feel like my top 4 prediction here is matter of opinion, overtime. I want to say Alliance Moon as well, but Blaze has also been doing some work on the back end too, doing really well in SAC Tournament 8 this last weekend. Not in the finals, sure, but they still had some points up there. And also, like you said, Puma's Cats also having a really good tournament to day 2 so far. So, and looking really good on mid-tech as well, so...
Did you hear how matter of opinion got into alpha bracket?
I did not.
So we do the top 32 stage, and the top 2 teams from each group move on to alpha. The bottom 2 move on to beta. There is technically a way for you to still there's group tiebreakers built into Battlefy, which works like 99% of the time. Every now and then, though, like you're perfectly tied with somebody who could be moving up or could be moving down, and like Battlefy tells you like, hey, do something here because we're out of ideas. It's happened in the past to where we've had 2 teams perfectly tied and we had them like, okay, you guys just do a one-off Splatzone's Mako Mart game. This time around we had 3 teams in one group that were perfectly tied with each other. Oh, so wow. We had them all play another group stage, best of 1 Splatzone's Mako Mart. And matter of opinion was one of those teams, and they won both of their games. The other team was Ominous, who's already lost the Blaze.
Yeah.
But yeah, matter of opinion basically had to play 2 additional underground brackets games to even qualify for alpha brackets, and so far they're 5-0 going into this one. You say they're a team that's favorite to win this one. I do as well, but that's just a matter of opinion, really. By the way, I forgot about solo queue. They were 6-0 yesterday, and now they're currently in a situation where they got to pull off a reverse sweep. So we're going to be giving you guys one of these 2 matches in the semifinals. We're probably going to hope to get the bottom one of either Blaze Alliance Moon versus either Puma's Cats mid-tech. We don't want to just sit here and slow down the tournament and like stream both of these sets, but we'll see how things go. Maybe things speed up along the way, or maybe they don't. We have no idea.
Maybe they do, maybe they won't. Maybe they will, maybe they won't.
Do we have the clip of the guy going to hell, by the way?
We did. It was on the replay.
Oh, it was okay.
It was on the replay, and it's funny that you say going to hell because when they fall through the floor, they're like in the sky.
Which, you can die on Art Academy because there's water on the sides. There's some maps where you can die where it makes no sense, like Shipyard, or Mako Mart. Like, how can you fall to your death at the grocery store? You're on the bottom floor. Like, you can see the checkout aisles in the, like, the out of bounds areas and like the exits and all that stuff. Like, how can you fall to your death in Mako Mart? And where is
How do you not know
Shipyard?
it's not bougie? How do you know it's not a bougie grocery store that has 2 floors? Mako Mart
It's
has
like a
that
Macy's. It's like a department store.
power. Yeah, the top is just the grocery part.
The grocery store's at the top. You get your cart on the escalator once you load it up with all your groceries and bring it down. Okay, so here's the replay.
Yeah, Mello getting
So
an awesome
what-
double pick.
Was it the
Monkey
tower
on the
that knocked him? I can't see. It's a little choppy on my end. I'm gonna have to look at the delay.
And there they go.
So it's the tower. So like the tower pushed them off. So I'm looking at it like behind the time. Oh, what in the world? So they were trying to climb the tower.
Yeah, but I
And
think that
somehow-
box, that little barrier box piece that's on the plat, they were kind of like sandwiched between the tower and that, and I think the environment just pushed them down.
Well, we just found a new speedrunning strat for anybody trying to speedrun Tower Control Art Academy. There's a
20%.
famous tower clip. Saves like 3 frames if you want to get back to spawn quicker. I guess I don't know.
Any percent definitely skips. TC Inkplot.
The very controversial. Hey, Blaze has beat Alliance Moon. Blaze
Okay.
the number 2 seed, and we're going to be commentating their set next, so we might as well figure out who the heck they are. And what they've accomplished so far today, or this weekend. They went 5-1 yesterday in Group B. Who is the one team that beat them? They lost. Did they lose in like round 1? No, they lost to Celestial 2-1, which I believe is a team that's in. I don't even know where that team is. But that's who Blaze is.
They're
The top
relatively
32
new as well. They just formed in mid-August of 2023, and they actually got Alpha Bracket in August of 2023 when they formed.
Oh,
So
did they?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Did I? I'm glad you know this tournament better than I do. Okay, so that was their first time in August. So let me look up what they did in August. You said they made Alpha Bracket?
Yeah, they made Alpha Bracket in August, and they formed in mid-August. So they formed and got to Alpha all in the same month, which is pretty impressive.
Let's
Assuming
see.
that they're not super new to competitive, or they already kind of know what's going on. They've been here before. They've been around the block a couple times.
Well, they just 3-1 Ominous, who is the beta bracket champion from from October. In fact, they only dropped 1 game in beta bracket back in October. Like, they just completely curb stomped it. Blaze beat them. They just beat Alliance Moon, another top 10 contending team, who just won Minnow Cup 8 days ago. So it's not like they're going through cupcakes here. They're playing some of the best teams, some of the best name brand teams that everyone knew about going into this tournament, and they're beating them pretty consistently. And now the question is, can they beat the ultimate juggernaut team still remaining in this tournament? The team that has lost a grand total of 2 games the entire weekend. Puma's Cats is the next team on the it's going to try to take a stab at them. We're streaming it.
That's gotta feel pretty good. And yesterday, also, Blaze got top 4 in their bracket for Low Ink Day 1. So a lot riding on Blaze going forward. They also did really well in Minnow Cup as well. They got into the top contenders for Minnow Cup in a few days ago too. So that's looking pretty good. And oh, actually, yeah. Okay, so in SAC this season, they got silver bracket. They won silver bracket qualifier 4. So I mean, a lot of notable results coming from Blaze, even though they just formed in August. It's kind of impressive when you form a team and like you have that momentum and drive, and then you just start seeing results coming from left and right. So that's got to be looking pretty good for Blaze. And I'm curious to know more about Puma's Cats. I've saw a bit of their roster. I don't know where their members are from though.
You're gonna find out pretty quickly. They are from a land down under. This team's Puma's Cats. I'm assuming most, if not all, of these players are. A lot of these players come from the Div 6 champions, Storm in a Teacup.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Now, you look into that and you think, oh, well, Div 6 champions, what are they doing playing in winning low ink this good? Well, they were pretty good. And they got a lot of... Now, before Ludi season, they won a From the Ink Up. Not as like Puma's Cats, I think as Storm in a Teacup. But these guys are really good, and they probably feel like they've been underrated for several months now. A couple of these players were on a team back in August called Silly Goose.
Yes, I remember.
Went undefeated up to Alpha Bracket before Matter of Opinion 3-0'd them on stream in round 1 of Alpha Bracket. I can't remember. You might have commentated that set, actually. So these players are familiar with this stage of low ink, and I get the sense that they feel like they are not appreciated, or they don't get the respect that they feel like they deserve. I didn't put them in my top 10 because I didn't recognize them. And I would assume if you were to go on Twitter and just search the phrase Puma's Cats, you probably didn't see anything on Twitter the past week until yesterday. So these guys, they've already made a name for themselves. They went 26-0 before dropping their first game. They've only lost 2 all weekend long, excuse me. Both of them in Alpha Bracket here. Blaze being the next team to try to take a stab at knocking them off.
I mean, I feel like they have a pretty good shot just considering like their past results and considering how they've been doing thus far. It's always impressive when you have 2 teams that make it up this far. They climb the rungs, they make it up the ladder with really good results on both sides, and then you kind of see them come together and see who is going to be the victor in the fight. But I had no idea that Puma's Cats were part of Storm in a Teacup, so that's really exciting because Storm in the Teacup is really fun to watch.
What makes them do like... Now, I saw them beating their chest about Rainmaker yesterday, which makes sense, not to stereotype an entire region, but it just so happens every time we have a team from Oceania on low ink, they curb stomp Rainmaker. Are they going to do like Splatoon shenanigans?
I would hope so. I think I enjoy that very much when people can make that work for themselves.
Well, regardless, we're going to start off at Splat Zones at Robo Ramen. First time we're seeing this map come out today. That is the team in the purple. That is who is that? That is the Blaze. Is the team in the purple? As I'm trying to get to know these teams for the first time. Hey, there's a ballpoint. Ballpoints on both sides. I know a certain someone in the high ink, low ink winners chat that's going to be excited to see ballpoint on stream.
Yeah, and 2 ballpoints piece at that, and I really like that you also have both shots being represented here. You, of course, have the NZAP being represented. More so the cooler being represented. I mean, again, the old reliable thing. Vendo trying to go in with the stamp, squashing, and causing a lot of havoc, I would say, and pushing them out. But I mean, Robo Ramen Popgun is so easy to lock people out on because already we got 80 points on the board. We're flipping that lead, and especially with Dark having this inkjet here, they can see all 4 players coming out of the spawn.
Finally, shooter representation in my low ink. This is what we've been looking forward to here. Zone should flip back into the favor of Puma's Cats. There's Puma, by the way. I'm assuming everybody else is a cat.
The Puma.
It's Puma's job is basically just to paint the zone while the cats go feast on everybody as the zone flipped back into the favor. Okay, is this... You said it's easy to lock people out here. Is that because this is a new map or just the map isn't good? I'm assuming this is a map people in competitive are going to like playing.
Yeah, I think it's similar to Macomart in where it's easy to lock out, but if you have the tools, it's easy to come back in as well. You have multiple points of entry, 1 primary point of entry, but still easy to get locked out nonetheless. But looking ahead here, Puma's Cat's now being taken out once again. You have Blaze on the front foot here. You have Paolo trying to push up, and also somebody on the left-hand side there kind of watching it and seeing, lurking, if you will, waiting for someone to try to come out of this zone area here. But with Toxic having that Inkjet online as well, it gave some space for Jelly to try to push in there, but they just didn't really have the resources to do that. But at this point, I mean, Blaze now being 2 members down, that's perfect opportunity for Puma's Cats to flip the zone.
It's been a back and forth game so far. It feels like it's been longer. It's only been 2 minutes, but we haven't really established a true front runner in particular game right now, as when one team gets control of the zone, they do enough to get rid of penalty points, and then, well, just as I say that, Jelly has something to say about that. Coming out of nowhere, it looked like the man advantage wasn't to Blaze's favor, and then somebody just flipped the switch for Puma's Cats. One of those cats started meowing and scratching right there. And Jelly, how did you even get up there? I didn't know that was an option. This is looking like a potential KO.
I really liked what Puma's Cats did there, because with the Inkjet being like a cover fire, Jelly was following. It was like a call out being made by the Inkjet. The Inkjet probably maybe was saying something, but it allowed Jelly the space to push with the Inkjet to pincer those 2 people into the corner. I mean, the Inkjet was like clipping them, but then Jelly was going to go in and try to finish the battle. So gathering that information on the side of Blaze, how are you going to try to combat that and try to make it so that Jelly and I believe Jelly and Toxic working together with that Inkjet / having the space to move forward. So taking that information on the side of Blaze, how are you going to try to change it up? And especially with making your counter pick, how is that going to fare with trying to maybe displace what they were trying to do?
That's what's so tricky about making counter picks in this, is that, okay, you can make a counter pick to put yourself in an advantage over your opponent, but if you don't know your opponent that well, and oh my gosh, you can fall into the trap of picking Rainmaker, which this might get ugly. Well, we'll see how this goes. Again, this is the mode that Puma's Cats was like, bruh, don't pick this against us. They were saying that on Twitter all night. Don't do it. And Blaze said, what you gonna do about it? We're gonna pick Rainmaker Undertow.
Exactly.
Probably the one map you've played 5,000 times. What are you gonna do? Well, we're gonna find out.
Well, I like to think that the only way to get better at something is to play people that are better than you, and also play the thing that you're maybe not good at and like it's not your strength. So playing something that's not your strength and playing people that are potentially better than you on the map mode that they pick, I think there's always room for improvement, and this could be the moment Cats is going to have their room for improvement.
Are you making the argument that they're treating this as a pickup scrim?
It could be.
So there we go. So no splooshes coming out from the side.
Carbon, though.
Of Puma's Cats. There is a carbon. That is coming out from Blaze. Oh, wait, no, I got my teams mixed up.
No, that's right.
Yeah, no, you're right. We're right. Blaze has got the carbon, and we got a bunch of shooters and a ballpoint coming out from the side. No Zukas, by the way, from the side of Puma's Cats, but they do have some soda, they do got some killer whale, and an inkjet to work with. By the way, I guess we're just going to see ballpoint versus ballpoint action throughout this set, as we're still seeing it come out from the side of Blaze as well.
And there goes the battle, as they say in Pokemon Stadium, because Sista is going to be picking up this Rainmaker uncontested going into first check.
And look, somebody's pushing up there. I think that's Jelly yet again.
Yep.
Who's just been making a living in Blaze real estate this entire set so far, as Sistala going to be pushing around this right side, slipping through all of the little ink that they can find. 26 remaining in the first minute. This push isn't over just yet, as Toxic Curry trying to clear the path with the Rainmaker. They make the jump straight from the ledge onto the podium. The game lasted about a minute, and if you needed any more evidence to the contrary, do not pick Rainmaker against these guys, because that's what's going to happen.
Well, I mean, is it baiting? Is my question. Was it baiting? Because they're like, hey, don't do it. Don't do it. And I mean, that game lasted less than a minute.
So that's the kind of logic that they're going at right there. Hey, we're gonna make you guys feel like that we can't play with you. We're gonna pick Rainmaker, get absolutely crushed, and then Puma's Cat's gonna become overconfident and get 3-0'd. That could be the play they're going with.
I mean, I'm feeling pretty confident after that Rainmaker game. So now, again, in Blaze's corner, making the counter pick again here. So Rainmaker, Undertow, maybe not the best choice. Maybe falling into that one, now finding themselves at match point here. What can they do differently? What's something that you want to counter pick here? I just want someone to counter pick Clams. Can we just have fun?
It would be fun. It would be nice to see that. By the way, how much Nintendo 64 did you play growing up? Because that's twice you made a Nintendo 64 reference.
A lot. Enough.
Clam's crab leg is the pick that they're coming out right here. So there you go.
Okay, so we like fun.
We do like fun. If you're Blaze, you probably like winning as well. Winning is incredibly fun. And if to their credit though, if Blaze wins this one, Puma's Cats can't counterpick Rainmaker because they already won on it. So maybe their logic was, well, let's just get out of the way and make it so that they can only counterpick Clam Blitz or Tower Control throughout the rest of the set if we can find a way to win this one here. Step one is to win this in particular game. Well, I'm assuming they're going to keep that carbon roller. The question is, can they get enough paint down for the carbon to get some job done?
Kind of taking one from Overtime's playbook with that one. Trying to make sure there's enough ink on the ground for your front line and for your aggressor to have space to move and do some work. But I mean, Puma's Cats was already readied up really quick, and it wasn't even their counterpick. They're going to be sticking with the same thing, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I mean, looking over at Blaze here, we're going to make quite a change up here, Popgun. I mean, look at that. That's almost completely different.
The Carbon player is now on Nautilus. They got Soda still with Dark using the pencil, trying to get a little bit more range. And that is the Crab Tank Stamper that is coming out. So yeah, a lot of changes and a lot of players switching up what they're trying to do here from the side of Blaze. So far, not a whole heck of a lot of different. In fact, it's the same exact comp that Puma's Cats was using in the previous game as they're trying to take control of things early here as we got a little bit of a stall in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, and I actually really like this Nautilus pick coming out from Mop, because I think with the way that Puma's Cats has played these first two games, having that tracking on their side, I think is going to be huge. You really want to know where they are going to be and where they're going to try to set up. And especially with having a special like Crab Tank where you can set it up really high, there's not a lot of inkable space on the grates. That's going to be really advantageous, I think, for Blaze. But already the economy is on Puma's Cat's side, because we do see that there's a power clam, there is some follow-up. Can they make a break for it, though, to get into the basket? But with this tracking, again, that they have on their side, it's going to make it difficult.
Two players went down from the side of Blaze, opening up the opportunity for Puma's Cats to get the score going on here. As okay, we had a little bit of a weird transition there. I couldn't really see much, but it looks like the dust is settled. 53 remaining is the final score. That the opening push came out from Puma's Cats is, and it only took about a minute 30 seconds to do it.
I mean, when you have the materials at your disposal, like Puma's Cats is in a good place, and they are still in a good place as they have another power clam online. They're already ready to start the push once again, and with the juice coming out too and helping them out and giving them a little bit of a boost, the tri-strikes and the inkjet, I mean, stacking the specials like that, of course they're going to result themselves in getting another break.
It looks like they were able to pop the basket again, not get anything on top of his mop. Starts to mop him up a little bit right here. It looks like, okay, so not anything. Okay, so they didn't add to their points there. Maybe they'll help them out in the later push. Instead, they're just giving more power clams into the favor of Blaze to work with here. Saf, why don't you talk for a little bit?
Well, okay, having another power clam online once again for Puma's Cats, they're almost like going in with the assumption that their same formula is going to work, because again, Tri-Strikes came out, Inkjet was almost about to be online, they got the pop, and with some follow-up this time. So all of the popping power being in Puma Cat's favor, throwing in another power clam, taking it down to the 18 mark. I mean, they're giving Blaze a run for their money on their counter pick here, and again, cashing in more and more as they go down to the single digits. They just need a few more to wrap this up.
And that was it. Apologies on our end. We were kind of, it was kind of difficult for us to see what was going on there, but just by listening to the audio, all I hear was the clams going into the basket over and over and over again. And then all of a sudden, you just look up and there's just a bunch of orange everywhere. I don't really need to see what's going on to know what happened right there. Puma's Cats took care of business, and, well, Blaze making the bad counter pick in game 2 couldn't really recover from that and get any kind of momentum going in the set, as Puma's Cats had absolutely no issue running through Blaze and making a trip to Grand Finals.
Well, again, I really liked their Inkjet pick, because consistently whenever Toxic Yuri was in the air with Inkjet, other players of Puma's Cats ran in and used the Inkjet as cover, but also as like a call out for saying, hey, I'm shooting somebody that's over in this corner here. There is people here. And I feel like Jelly did that the best of following up and being like, okay, like that's where I'm going. You got some poke on them. I'm going to go in and try to finish the fight. And consistently, Puma's Cats was doing that, but also like their special stacking throughout was supreme. I mean, having the Tri-Strikes coming out as like a cover / like maybe also poking, then you use it as a smoke screen to try to break in. I mean, it was textbook for Puma's Cats.
Do we want to, could you talk for like 2 more seconds, Saf? You're very entertaining.
Well, thanks. Let's see. Oh, I wish I had the power to do a poll. I want to know, like, if you yourself had to pick a Clam Blitz jingle when the basket opens as your ringtone or as your alarm in the morning, which one could you tolerate listening to, waking you up on your beautiful Monday morning?
Well, hold on. I'm doing 2 things at once, but did you just offer up the Clam Blitz jingle as a pull option? There's only one correct answer. You would much rather have because the other one is just too like too
like
ice
going
cream
to the circus.
Too ice cream trucky. Like that. No, if I woke up to that, I would throw my alarm clock out of the window. Not that I have a. I guess nobody really has an alarm clock anymore. You just go off your phone.
I had my fingers crossed behind my back, hoping that you would sing both of them, and I was pleasantly surprised.
Well, that's just this kind of synergy that we have together, obviously. So we are going to hop in midway through, since that one was rather quick. We're going to hop into this other set, which is currently Matter of Opinion up 1-0 over overtime. We've seen both of these teams so far, and okay, so game 1 was Splat Zone's Ramen automatically, so we're just kind of hopping in. They were remaking their room anyway for some reason, and so we're just going to give you guys this one midway through. Matter of Opinion is currently up 1-0 over overtime.
Oh, Matter of Opinion again, doing pretty good. Like I said, I mean, both of them are doing so good. I really liked watching overtime just a little bit ago, but I think, yeah, Matter of Opinion having a good opening on Splat Zone's Robo, overtime being in the counterpick situation, how do they want to try to combat this? And looking at it, we're actually going to go... Popgun, do you skateboard?
No.
Okay, well, that's too bad, because we're going to Humpback Pump Track. I'm more of a scooter gal myself.
We're going to Humpback Pump Track, and our streamer, Ink Fair, is now playing for Matter of Opinion, and I'm not going to dox the weapon that our player's going to be using, but we're going to have to remake this room because they put the wrong person on spec. Honestly, though, if I was Matter of Opinion, I would just go ahead and ready up, because... I guarantee you, Ink Fair, who's seen more low ink gameplay than anybody on planet Earth, that is a statistical fact, could absolutely body anybody from overtime if it came down to it.
True. But I believe it.
So ready up, guys. Come on. We can't. One of the more annoying features is that once you get to the weapon selection, you're just stuck in this, and Elementals being the one person just gonna let the timer run all the way out before readying up or something.
That seems true to L fashion, though, to be honest. Oh, and actually also having somebody cancel out. It also seems very true of overtime antics.
Ready up. So we're going to be giving you guys a little bit of a delay before we get into game 2, obviously here. Preview the set. Have these two teams played against each other at some point? I don't think they were in the same groups or anything like that. But I feel like, because Overtime's been around for such a long time now, has been one of the most improved teams over the course of the entire 2023 year. I had to stop and think what year we were still in. Matter of Opinion's been one of the top-ish low-ink teams for a while now. I feel like these two teams have crossed paths before. I mean, they would have to at some point.
Yeah. Well, it's like you said, it's an interesting matchup as well, just because, yes, like, Overtime has made a lot of strides to improve this year. Definitely one of the teams, I think, like, by far, that has improved the most this year, in general. But also, I mean, Matter of Opinion, forced to be reckoned with. I mean, sure, Radiance won Division 5, but Matter of Opinion was right on their heels, I believe, getting second in Division 5. So definitely a whirlwind and a force to be reckoned with coming out from Matter of Opinion. And as we got to see earlier, I mean, Matter of Opinion gave, earlier in the bracket, a run for their money and getting a 3-0 in day 2 and moving forward. So, I mean, this is a really good matchup here. And I think that they're going to have fun against Overtime's antics in what they like to run.
Well, Matter of Opinion is clearly throwing. They just benched our streamer Ink Fair in favor of one of their players for some oddball reason. But Rainmaker at Humpback Pump Track. Both these teams getting the Rainmaker game out of the way now because they know they can't pick it in the upcoming set if they were to do so. Or at least they wouldn't want to. And have I officially run out of things to say about this set as I've been stalling all the way through here? I might have.
I think what it's gonna be a treat is gonna be a battle of the front lines here, because when Matter of Opinion was on stream earlier, I mean, Benix was getting pick after pick. I'm pretty sure they got like a 6-kill streak at one point, playing on Splat Zones on Hagglefish, and then obviously we have Z-Look coming back to the stage, who's their, I mean, their carbon is so cracked. It's so good. So having two really strong front lines going against each other, I think is always so entertaining to watch, and just to see who's gonna take notes from who's gonna try to be successful in the fight. Because honestly, when you go into a 1v1 battle, I mean, even if that battle lasts like 10 seconds or more, that's way too long. That's a long time to try to keep your focus to the forefront. And so how are Look and Benix gonna maybe find each other on the battlefield? See, yes, Look using that carbon roller, and you have Ben on the shot.
I don't think Elemental was in the last time that we saw Overtime in. So Elemental summoned in, and I would know because Elemental is our Proving Ground streamer. So I was specifically looking for that player, but now they're in. They still got the Dread Ringer. I want to call it the Dreadnought. They don't have the ballpoint anymore, but they do have the Rainmaker, and they're running away with it to the first checkpoint.
A really strong opening if you're Overtime, so gotta be careful with Matter of Opinion here, that especially when you're trying to break back in and you have two different bursts of ink coming out to try to defend the Rainmaker from being picked up, but they're still gonna opt to pick it up anyway. Even though Matter of Opinion being in the man advantage, they were quickly gonna shut that down to the 31 mark, so Matter of Opinion looking to maybe try to get some forefront out into the midsection here, just trying to throw some paint on the ground before actually picking up. But this is the man advantage that they were needing here, so are they going to pick it up and get going? Or they're going to opt for the reset.
They are, as they're now trying to work around that rise. 31 is a lot of points on this map, but also at the same time is kind of difficult to hold on to a lead to. It seems like we see massive leads be lost on this map all the time, especially when a team can just find a way to turn the corner along that right side. But step one for Matter of Opinion is finding a way to get to that first checkpoint. Right now, they're even struggling just to pick up the Rainmaker. Seems to be any team that plays against Overtime and Rainmaker just has a difficult time grabbing it in general, as look how much, even though they were getting some picks, they couldn't really secure map control until they finally just now get a lot of purple ink on the ground. And that is a Splat Umbrella, by the way. I made the statement that we weren't going to see any Splat Umbrellas, but we've seen so many on stream throughout the course of the entire weekend. Matter of opinion using it to good effect so far right now.
Yeah, I'm so close to the checkpoint at that because they had the paint on the ground, so they were like, we have to just pick up and go. We can't let Overtime get comfortable in trying to take us out here. But you're right, as soon as they even touch it, Look is there to shut them down. And now, especially with Overtime having it in their possession, they are going to find themselves into the wipeout, though, as matter of opinion, with Juice online, Wind in the sails. They're going to pop their first checkpoint of their own, so now we're back to Splatoon 2.
Here we go, but no Stingrays, though. No Stingrays
Stingray.
to shut down a push that's going to be coming around this right side. The question is, can they get the splats and just guys at it? But no, no, they're not, is going to be the answer. I don't know what happened right there, but two players instantly exploded to something, and all of a sudden, the map is changing to orange, and we got Overtime back in control of the situation. Still damage done, though. Checkpoint cleared for matter of opinion. Could pay dividends down the road.
Yeah, and you've got to be careful if you are Overtime with that, because there's no obstacle standing in your way if you're matter of opinion. And now, as we say it, they take the Rainmaker in possession, and the lead is going to actually flip, going down to the 17 mark, which is pretty wild. And they took advantage of the opening, because you got to be doing that if you're going against Overtime, because as you said, Overtime will not let you lay a finger on that Rainmaker if you're not careful.
Well, they're going to lay a pretty big finger on it right there. Oh, they're going to get the KO right here. You got a teammate going all the way up to the spawn. They're desperately trying to get it up to this pedestal. Overtime being very stingy. 1 point remaining, and it looks like they do escape with it.
Okay. If you're Overtime, you just kind of have to make a play there and a split-second reaction. They took the Rainmaker off of the plat. That's exactly what you want to do. But finding yourself in an awkward scenario there, kind of being trapped below the wall, so you're just asking to get picked off if you get stuck in a position like that. But now, this is in Overtime's favor here if they want to try to go forward with the Rainmaker, but they have to win the game, basically, Popgun, with only 50 seconds left.
Yeah, and again, an opportunity to do that. We talked about how hard it is to hold leads, even if you got 1 point remaining on a map like this. You don't have the lead until the timer hits 0. And this is one of those opportunities. A wipeout. But they got Soda, so they're going to be coming back in. They still got 25 seconds. You don't have to rush this if you're Overtime. And they're trying to just slip through a whole heck of a lot of a mess. I think you want to be a little bit more patient right there. But this is still a scary situation if you're a matter of opinion.
Yeah, tension is riding high here. Oh my goodness, the Reef Slider coming in, trying to prevent matter of opinion from picking it up. But just the skin of their teeth, they were able to pick it up and take it off the platform, just as Overtime was able to do earlier. So, you just got to hold on to it at that point with only a few seconds left. That was really well played by matter of opinion.
And now, so that makes them 2-0 in the set here. Overtime counterpicked their Rainmaker. They didn't win that one. They didn't win game 1 off stream, which was Splat Zones at Robo Ramen. Do we see them now counterpick Clam Blitz at Crableg Crapital? Crabreg Crapital.
Got him.
Just to keep it kind of saney going here. I guess that's a question for them, not us.
Well, the counterpick was just made so quickly, and it's actually
Wait,
Barnacle and Dime. Yeah, we're gonna play Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime. We're going back.
Okay, so they did that because, they won on stream last time against Super Team 5 on that one. They curb stomped them, actually. Mm-hmm. What was the comp they used? Elemental wasn't playing in that game, though.
No.
But they used that Dread Ringer.
Yes.
They used the Carbon, I think, as well.
Yes.
From Z-Look.
They have Monkey. So, Monkey is the one that got taken out. Monkey was using the Zap. They were our player that got sent to hell. Sent to.
You think? You think they haven't come back from that? Are they serious? Are they going through some sort of trial to like get back to heaven, to like back to planet Earth or something. Like they have to go through ordeals. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but if purgatory is the sky, I don't think that's that bad.
Okay, but they fell down into the sky. This could be some like Majora's Mask Stone Tower kind of nonsense that they're going on with right here.
Yeah,
like, they
some
have
lore.
They have to come to acceptance with the fact that they glitched through Art Academy before they can come back and play with overtime in the set.
Mm-hmm.
That could be what's going on right now. Regardless,
overtime lore unlocked.
yeah. You know how awesome it'd be if overtime extends this tournament, and then at some point Monkey comes back in at like the most critical moment and wins like a big game for overtime, like the redemption arc from that.
And when the world needed them most, they returned, actually.
Well, it's going to be up to overtime to set the stage to make sure that happens. As, well, here we go, the spinning screen of death. Step 1, does all players sign into the game? Looks like everybody's here. Step 2, does everybody move after they get shoot out of their little latte machine? Looks like the answer is yes. Okay, so we got a game here. We're playing the feud. We're going.
Yeah, I really like this jet pick coming out. I like this jet pick coming out a lot because I feel like the vacuum has been so advantageous for overtime, and I like that they're going to try to use it to their advantage as well. But I mean, again, overtime just killed it in this game last time. And now they're going to do it again against Matter of Opinion because look at this. All 3 of them already being pushed up into the spawning area. There's no ground to stand on for Matter of Opinion.
This is looking pretty much like what we saw out of overtime against Super Team 5 on this map. And literally copy and paste. So far, the question is, can Matter of Opinion break out of this one? They already used their inkjet to no avail. They got Bubbles kind of guarding the zone right here, making sure that they can get anybody. The Splatty Wolf just kind of dropped down and is lucky to still be alive at this point. Ultimately gets punished as it's just a party in the moon phase right now. That's got to do it. And, well, it kind of makes you think, why didn't you pick this before if you're this good on this map?
Game, set, match. Wow. Anyways, Majora's Mask.
Yeah, exactly. A game that has a bunch of hidden lore to it that I think a lot of the developers have confirmed doesn't actually exist. But regardless, Elemental in for Monkey, different team, same result. Still get the fist pump as everybody points off to their right in a little salute right there. Okay, so they get the win on Splat Zones. Matter of Opinion has won on Splat Zones and Rainmaker. They can only pick Tower Control and Clam Blitz for the rest of the set. They can't go to Rainmaker on Robo Ramen. And thank God we don't have Humpback Splat Zone, so that's not really a factor into this one. So that's really the only... well, no, they can't do Rainmaker anyways. So yeah, there's not really that much restrictions as far as what maps they want to pick. They just have to pick those 2 modes because they're the only modes they haven't won on so far in this set.
Man, and I really wanted to play Rainmaker Undertow again.
I mean, they could gentleman it. If they wanted to be cringe like that. I don't think either team would want to do that. But
Could be fun.
It could be. But it's not. It's not going to happen. You're going if I'm overtime, I'm not going to allow them to gentlemen his ink fair.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Side note, I think Battlefy allowing you to upload pictures to the team chat is probably one of the decisions that have been both a blessing and the curse in some times, but that is a side conversation. Tower Control Hagglefish is what they're going to be going with here.
Oh, I was going to say, let's just throw caution to the wind and play Tower Control Inkblot.
Overtime is asking them if they want to play Barnacle Zones again. Claiming that it was fun. I don't think it was fun for Matter of Opinion. Tower Control Hagglefish. Okay, you want to win this one if you're Moo. Obviously, point being, you don't want to get overtime any momentum. You don't want to stall Monkey, buy them more time to escape hell with their life still intact. Get it like another opportunity to live out time. I'm assuming if Monkey is going through that they're in a different time, like a different time.
When are they?
Yes, exactly. Like it's like 2 minutes for us, but it's like 10 years for them.
Wow.
Or like they could be coming back into a completely different person by the time that they come back into this one, if that even happens. Regardless, once again,
Time moves
overtime
differently in
grind
Sky
is
Jail.
It does. You think they're still falling?
They could be, and even to this day, they are still falling. Legend has it.
Game 4, Matter of Opinion up 2-1 in this set. Dreadringer coming back out yet again for tower control. That is a ranged blaster with Wave Breaker, and they're doubling down with this Brella. Okay, so Blaster Brella combo is actually really good. Like the chip damage, those two weapons combined with each other. If you just like handcuff those two players together, you can do a lot of damage. You don't really see that combination often because, well, the two weapons are what they are. But if they want to be really kind of throw a different look at overtime, if they combine those two weapons together and just play off of each other, they could do a lot of damage and really frustrate overtime.
I really like that play that went down there because Elemental being so far forward with their crab tank, all eyes forward on the crab tank. You could see that pretty much everybody on Matter of Opinion was just trying to shut that down as quick as possible. But it gave Look all the time in the world to come in and go for the flank. They came in and took the fight and took one, but then went down with almost a trade with the other, but someone was able to follow up and take them down. But it didn't matter, because even with that sort of gameplay, Matter of Opinion is taking the tower to checkpoint 1.
Two players instantly going down from the side of Matter of Opinion as the one Brella player says, let me just zip this up and I'm going to just bounce right here. It gets away with their life, which means they'll have an Inkjet, by the way. A pretty good kit on the new one. Is they'll have something they can use on the defensive side of things. They don't clear the checkpoint. Who cares? Live to fight another day, and let's see if this Inkjet can do some damage. Try to defend some players here.
Yeah, taking one, almost looking for two. Elemental in another good position to have that crab tank out, but not with the rain coming out, trying to prevent any more momentum of that tower moving forward. And like you said, having the custom blaster on your side, pushing forward and trying to utilize that rain for any sort of damage that they can get. I mean, that's open season for you. But unless you're mellow and you're able to get a really far-reaching pick, kind of behind the tower, using it a little bit defensively here, but once again, over time, going to be pushing this tower down to the first checkpoint again.
That blaster's in a good spot to do some damage, but I don't think they're going to save the checkpoint from this. Unless they do, a lot of special being thrown at. The lead does flip. Can they get control? They don't clear the checkpoint. So that's a save by Matter of Opinion right there. Yeah, you lose the lead. Who cares? The most important thing is you save the checkpoint. This is basically a tie game. We haven't even crossed the halfway mark as far as the timer is concerned. This is still anyone's game right here, mainly because they saved that checkpoint. Nice play.
Yeah, and both of these teams I've noticed are very good at reacting to the ebb and flow of the battle. Not overextending themselves, falling back when they need to, and especially if you're Elemental at that moment, they're taking down two key picks, allowing Bubbles to move forward, giving some space for Look to try to move around as well. The juice is going to be popped here, but especially with that Wave Breaker though on the side of Matter of Opinion, I mean, you don't really want to overextend or push forward and give your positioning away. So you definitely want to be having your eyes out if your position is given away, because I think Matter of Opinion is going to be more than happy to close in on you.
They're trying to use this Brella as a way to just kind of body block and keep themselves safe on their tower. The problem is nobody else from Matter of Opinion is pushing up and leading the tower. So the Brella's just not really able to accomplish much of what they actually want to do right there, other than eating that Reef Slider. Okay, that just happened. Now, here's the question. They're starting to approach this tower yet again. They got some specials in front. The Brella does go down, so it's going to back some players up, but they do have the man advantage right here. And I think they have to clear this checkpoint to get to the lead. Some players are jumping in. They're in a good position to do just that, and they got the Brella in the spot that they want to do, and they're getting the splash on top of it as well.
Yeah, the Brella right there, like you said, the body block was huge, resulting them in the wipeout too. Exactly textbook play from Matter of Opinion. That's what you want there, and especially with Ben being so far pushed forward here, keeping eyes on the spawning area of overtime, and having Sim up there too with that Jet Squelcher. I mean, all of the reach in the world that they could have, more poking damage too, and a open season for the Blaster to try to do some work as well. So if you're Matter of Opinion, you don't want the tower moving away from this corner. This is a crucial point to try to take.
If there was ever a time for Monkey to fall out of the sky and help out Overtime, it would be this moment right now, and it looks like it's not going to happen. Matter of Opinion wins Game 4, and they got a date with Puma's Cats in Grand Finals.
Wow. But like, hats off to Overtime, because I mean they had an incredible run yesterday and today, and I love their antics with what they were trying to use and what they were trying to do, because I just love seeing weapons that are unconventional make it this far. And I'm looking at you, Dreadringer. I'm looking at you because Mello had some really awesome Reef Slider picks that I hope that they were going to be holding on to and trying to review and being like, okay, this actually worked really well here. So I want to keep doing it.
Overtime finishes top 4 in low ink. The best they've ever done, by far.
That's awesome.
Matter of Opinion, however, at worst, is going to finish top 2, as they have got a date with Puma's Cats in Grand Finals to settle the final low ink of the year. Before we get to that, we're going to take a quick break, so you guys go use the bathroom, go do whatever it is that you guys like to do on Twitter. Maybe talk about how you've resulted somebody recently or something. I don't know. We'll be right back. go play. Get a 3-day cycle of Majora's Mask in.
Yeah.
The break might not be that long though. We'll be right back with Grand Finals of Low Ink here on IPL.
Howdy, folks. Welcome back. We're in Grand Finals. It's the final. It's final. This is the final Low Ink of 2023. We're in the Grand Finals. I mean, it's like a double, triple entendre, what have you. I'm Saf. I'm here with Popgun. Matter of opinion versus Puma's Cats, Popgun. Wow. Cool.
Wow. Wowie zowie.
Wowie zowie.
Good golly, Miss Molly. The matchup we've all
mama.
Been... You know, matter of opinion, the Div 4 or Div 5 runner-up, Puma's Cats, made up of players that won Div 6. If you're somebody who thinks the Ludi Seeding Council is nitpicky and biased, first off, you're a moron. But you're going to absolutely love this set if Puma's Cats is able to find a way to win this one, because that just validates everything that that would show that they got underseeded, I guess. Regardless, though, Puma's Cats playing into this tournament has only lost 2 games the entire time. So I don't want to count the wins because, well, it's basically the same amount. Well, no, not basically, but it's almost the same amount of wins that Matter of Opinion has. Who, again, had to play through the first ever 3-team tiebreaker to get into this tournament, to get into Alpha Bracket, because they were perfectly tied with 2 other teams, Ominous and Aquarius, back in the group stage. So they're just happy to be here at all. And since taking care of that, they only lost 1 game in Alpha Bracket, didn't they? Or 2. They lost 2.
2.
Solo Q took 1 from them, overtime, got them in Splat Zones, Barnacle, and Dime, which apparently nobody can beat them at.
No.
But Matter of Opinion flexed on everything else. Puma's Cats have been flexing nonstop over the course of the day, so over the course of the weekend. So the immovable force, unstoppable object. Leave your channel points and vote who you think is going to win this one. Also, leave channel points and when you think they're going to start the game. Okay, now they're finally going to decide to start the lobby.
I think if I had to tag myself, I think I'm Unstoppable Force. But I really like the sound and the chime of Immovable Object. I think that'd be a great title, Immovable Object.
The problem with immovable objects is it makes you seem like a stick in the mud. They're like, oh, I'm just not moving. I'm not doing anything. You can't make me. All right, fine. We're gonna go to this mall and just like not hang out with you. Enjoy that.
I feel like Mako Mart could be the top floor of Robo Ramen.
Whoa, wait,
That's my lore take.
What did you call it?
Mako Mart? Mako Mart.
Oh, I thought you said some. I thought you said
Mart.
something. I thought you said something completely different. Okay, Mako Mart is correct. Carry on.
Carry on. I think Mako Mart is the top floor of Robo Ramen. That's my theory. I think Robo Ramen is also the fallout from Arowana Mall being outside, and it's now Robo Ramen. It's the upgrade. It got a facelift.
Oh, okay. Okay, so like back in my day, and probably your day too, since you're talking about N64 stuff, there was always like a department store that had a basement in it that was like a cafeteria of some sort. So those aren't really things anymore, or at least if they are, I haven't really seen them. So maybe that's the angle you're going at right here. Regardless, Mako Mart Splat Zones, we have dubbed the final destination of competitive Splatoon, and it is always, unless Brush is the one running the show, the opening map to start off Grand Finals and Best of 7. Moo taking on the Cats. Winner takes all. Game 1 right here, as we see Wiper, and, well, there's the Splatbrella yet again coming out from Matter of Opinion.
Battle of the Yoga Poses, cows versus cats. It's the cat-cow showdown from Matter of Opinion versus Puma's Cats, and I mean, Matter of Opinion already trying to push forward as far as they can, but I mean, the zone's in their possession. You could see Jelly was trying to go in on the far flank over there, not really finding contact with anything, so I mean, the opening grounds, the opening deals, the coupons, the deals, the 2-for-1s, it's all going to Matter of Opinion right now.
The last time we saw Jelly on stream, which was very briefly because they didn't really mess around with their opponent too long, they were flanking pretty much nonstop. Like, they were always in the opponent's base, regardless of the map and mode. You kind of mentioned they were flanking again over there as we see them on this right side. Wolf taking a bite out of them right there. So that might be just the strategy that they're using right there. Make sure Jelly is pushing up, being hyper aggressive, and everybody else focus on things. But right now, Matter of Opinion has opinions on that as they keep shutting it down. They're staring down a potential KO. Jelly trying to get something going on the right side right now. So the zone is stalled out, and they should be able to flip it with these specials potentially. And as soon as I say that, everyone dies, and Matter of Opinion is going to hand Puma's Cats their third L of the entire weekend.
Yeah, and I have an opinion on this matter, because, I mean, Puma's Cats had hardly any ground to stand on. Oh my god! Did you see that?
What?
They fell through the floor again as the tape flew across the screen.
Hold
We
on.
went backwards and fell through the floor again. Okay, this is hell. This is hell in my eyes, because if you're falling into the sky, there's nothing more beautiful than that. But if you're falling into the floor...
Okay, so that
We went
was
to the
looking at
Mega Mart
stream.
basement.
So if you're not aware, what we the commentators are commentating is like 8 seconds ahead of what the Twitch chat is seeing. So when you said that, I went back and watched it as it was playing live on the Twitch stream. And yeah, somebody just got possessed. Which I'm pretty sure is against our rules. You can't play with a demon inside of your body. We might have to have Brush check on that, but I'm pretty sure that's against the rules, so we'll look into that. Regardless, there is a counter pick that's going to be coming out from Puma's Cats, and if you are thinking it's going to be anything but Rainmaker, well, you're going to be in for a shock.
Silly.
I guess the real question here is what map do they want to pick? By the way,
Undertow!
did they pick it? Or is
No,
that what you're assuming?
That's what I'm manifesting.
Well, now keep in mind, best of 7 counter picks are a little bit different. You can go back to a mode you've won on as long as it's not the most recent mode you won on. So they don't have to like wait to use Rainmaker later in the set. They can use it right now and use it again in the future if things work out in their favor. Scorch Scourge is what they're going
the floor
with.
again.
Though.
And they zoom backwards. What?
But you saw, okay, so there was an actual floor there. You saw like the
Yes.
infrastructure and everything.
Yes. there was like steel beams underneath. Like
But
there was structure.
But they like designed an area below Mako Mart. There's like no way you can actually see that, right? Unless you do that little possession glitch that they just did.
Also shaves
so
off 3
weird.
seconds in your any percent run.
We're learning so much today that I don't think we're supposed to be learning. Anyways.
And you see, this is what I'm saying. It's just like Majora's Mask, where all the levels are like the entire map is actually just stacked on top of each other. Splatoon 3 on the Nintendo Switch is no different. It's all just
Yeah.
on top of each other.
Yeah, just 20 years and we're a lot of polygons being added to the game. We're still getting the same kind of jank that's going on here. That was just game 1, by the way. We got potentially 6 more games of broken nonsense to come. As we try to get an exorcist to come in here and purify this lobby here. Rainmaker, Puma's Cat said, "Do not pick this against us." Well, now they're picking it against Matter of Opinion, who's looking pretty
George.
decent on Rainmaker themselves, by the way.
Yeah. True and real. Okay, so gonna be holding on to that Vanilla Jet Squelcher for Matter of Opinion, so the vacuum's gonna be huge here. But I also like this Brella pick. I'm enjoying this Brella pick coming out here.
Well, this seems to be the weapon this player is the most comfortable with, regardless of the map and mode situation right now. Or actually, no, wait. No, it is. It's still Matter of Opinion is still coming out there with the Umbrella. Umbrella is just drowning the Wiper players. They have to abandon ship. Going out right there. Players going down for Moo's side, but they are getting some map control with some vacuum that won't shut things down.
Oh.
And, well... Uh-oh. Oh, wow.
Okay, they still got it.
Perfectly timed through the RNG of the Inkzuka. Yeah, died, but still cleared the checkpoint. Mission time.
Mission complete. Okay, so Inkjet fight happening. Toxic Fury in the midsection trying to combat the Inkjet coming out from Matter of Opinion, allowing enough time for the Rainmaker to reset. The map is looking very blue here for Puma's Cats, but not if you have a Trizuka and a vacuum shot coming out, taking out 2 of your players. Matter of opinion, having the man advantage. Puma's going to opt to pick it up, but I mean, not really a lot of space to move or go. But as they go down, they're going to just take a double. Why not?
Yeah, drag a few more players down the hell with them. Let's all go down there together. Okay, so who's in control of whatever right now? Map control, basically in control of Puma's cats. Things have just kind of stalled out in mid right here. Both teams, we're not seeing the crazy aggression that we're used to seeing out of Puma's cats that's got them up to this point. Seems like Matter of Opinion has them somewhat contained, or at least forcing them to be a little bit more patient than what they probably have been so far up to this point. But finally, a little bit of a window starting to open up right now. And as soon as I say that, there comes an inkjet to close it.
And the suction bomb at that. I really enjoy that suction bomb has been kind of the bomb of choice lately, it seems. More so even over splat bombs. But I feel like especially with having the inkjet there, because it's all of the poking damage that one could ever want. So Toxic Yuri was taking full advantage of that suction bomb / flying around with their inkjet. But again, the Rainmaker in a good position here for Puma's cats to try to push it, but I mean, they went for the reset. They wanted to go for the picks instead, so it is going to have them reset. However, when you have all the members of Matter of Opinion pushed back into their base, I mean, this is a lot of space for you to try to work with here, as you have the Killer Whale and trying to wait out the vacuum that's coming out from Matter of Opinion.
But still, 3 minutes have gone by. Matter of Opinion hasn't been able to put in an opportunity to get the Rainmaker. They've been stuck playing defense or this awkward tug of war to get control of mid. It's Rainmaker. You really only need it for like 10 seconds to make something happen. But still, it's the fact that Puma's offense, they don't have a lot of points to feel comfortable with, but they've had so much control of the objective. That's been the issue for Matter of Opinion. They finally got to man advantage right now. They're going to pick up the Rainmaker. They're going to make their first attempt to try to clear this right side checkpoint. And they got a vacuum to kind of guide them in there.
Yeah, I like that they took out the bomb and they took out the wall as well. They launched the shot off of there. They do go down, however, that checkpoint is going to be cleared. So only a 1-point difference here, and we're just going to fight for the pop as Koa's going to try to push forward. Yeah, but that is huge. If you are Puma, or if you're Matter of Opinion here, that's going to give you the lead, opting for 2 more members of Puma's cats to go down, but you still have a lot of space for jumps to come in.
1 minute left to go. I was saying Moo hasn't touched the Rainmaker at all. They finally did and got the amount of points that they need here. The question is, can they play defense for 50 seconds? As Puma's just trying to force their way up here, and here comes the vacuum that might actually work out into Puma's advantage, because they could be like, okay, now we have to back off. Now we got to be a little bit patient. I was just going to try to force something up there that just wasn't there. You got to move for that suction bomb. Okay. Finally gets through that.
Panic mode.
A path is starting to open up here.
Well, Puma had a little bit of a path going, especially with Jelly at the forefront there. So Toxic Yuri is going to be the one to pick up. They're going to utilize this wall. That's absolutely huge, especially to wait out this Trizuka, but it pushes them back just enough. So, but 3 members of Matter of Opinion going down, and with Koa trying to push all the way to the final goal, this could be really huge for Puma's cats, as they are able to flip the lead in the last couple of seconds there. It's forcing them to go into overtime.
Wow, what a final push to get a small lead, and now it's up to Matter of Opinion, who's just grabbing the Rainmaker for the second time all game. Can they make something happen right here? They're going to have to build up some specials, get some Inkjets and some Zuka. They're not going to have a vacuum to work with because the vacuum has the Rainmaker. And now they got to survive all these different specials. But 2 players go down from the side of Puma immediately, and this Inkjet's going to go away. So now they just got Soda to work with, but they run right into the end zap. The one player that could shut things down. They get him. Game over. It wasn't easy for Puma's cats, but they do scratch and claw their way to tying up the set at 1 apiece.
I liked that player that moonwalked at the end with the tape flying across. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was. We've seen a lot of really cool things today, haven't we?
Yeah, I really like seeing all the ways that these players are kind of like breaking the maps and also just breaking their own mechanics. I mean, who knew you could moonwalk in this game once the game was over? I didn't.
So let me address this, because I see some people in chat starting to bring this up. So let's just get this out of the way right now. Yes, you got players from literally across the globe that are playing against each other. There's nothing that can be done about that. That is a planet issue. And
Picking up with the Earth.
Now, the monkey ascending to hell at Inkblot Art Academy, that had nothing to do with, like none of those glitches have anything to do with it. But you're going to get latency. There's nothing you can do about it. And we often see people go on Twitter and say, well, we need to ban people from certain regions. Okay, this is an international tournament. This game is going to be a little bit jank because we're playing online. Sorry, not sorry. There we go. Go cry on Twitter about it. I promise you it's not going to go well.
There's nothing better than screaming into the ether about your problems and then not finding solutions, like your own solutions for them. You just want to make it everybody else's problem.
I will say this, though. Because what we see on the spec cam isn't 100% what's actually going on in the game. I still guarantee you there are issues in the game just because, again, they're so far apart. It sucks to play in that, but from our perspective, it is absolutely hilarious to watch. I can't sit here and say, wow, that is... Because we're trying to guess what's actually happening, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you're making do with the information that's at your disposal. Okay, so I really back and forth Rainmaker game, kind of just trying to take advantage of the full scope and opportunity that you're presented with. So, Puma's Cats nearly got the lead in that last game. They just had to... once you get the Rainmaker past that checkpoint in Scorch, it's anybody's game because there's so much points in between that first checkpoint and the final checkpoint, and especially from going up the ramp, there's so much points in just that ramp piece. Arguably, maybe a quarter of the points are just that ramp. And the other quarter being between the checkpoint and the bottom of the ramp. A lot of the stuff happening in mid is whatever. So the fact that Puma's Cats was able to just be like, all right, this is a Hail Mary, we're just going to try to go for it because we just need a little bit more. That's exactly what they did. And I'm wondering, too, had it have gone differently with Koa being so far pushed up into Matter of Opinion's base. Because, Matter of Opinion was able to respawn pretty quickly, and I feel it could have been a knockout scenario if Koa was able to play their cards right and just suspend different members of Matter of Opinion in their spawning area.
So it looks like they are changing hosts, which may or may not fix things. It's just an attempt to try and make things a little better. I would assume just because of the regions, there's not much you can do, but there's at least an attempt trying to be put into place here to get things going. In the meantime, we need a counter pick here.
Lambs.
Oh, wait,
Soup's
they're hosting. The team that's hosting's making the counter pick? No, it's Matter of Opinion's pick.
Yes.
What are they waiting for? You said they're waiting. What? Wait. So we're waiting for something. Both teams are saying wait. I don't know what. I don't know what's going on. We've made a new room and everybody's in it. Wait.
It's the air of mystery.
It is. Okay, they finally made it. Okay, Tower Control Hagglefish. All right, I didn't know what we were waiting on, but we do have a counter pick. It's Tower Control Hagglefish, and we'll be bringing you guys Game 3. Keep in mind, yet again, best of 7 counter picks. You can go back to a mode you've won on as long as it's not the most recent one you won on. So, the most recent mode that Moo has won on is Splat Zones. So they can't go back to Splat Zones. You can never go back to a map you won on. So they couldn't do Tower Control and Mako Mart, I believe, is in the map pool this month. So they're going with Hagglefish, which they just won on against Overtime anyways. So this is a map mode they feel comfortable with regardless. And we'll be going on from here.
Yeah, Matter of Opinion had a really strong foothold on this one against Overtime. Even though Overtime, I feel like gave them a run for their money on this. It did not make the win easy for them, but especially once you had Ben pushed all the way forward with their custom blaster, which This is my opinion on the matter, Popgun. I think that the Brella blaster thing needs to come back out here against Puma's Cats.
We're calling it. Saf is calling it. Blaster Brella has to come back out here. Is a requirement.
It is.
They want to find a way to... Well, I mean, it worked out so well for them last time. Oh, boy. And as everybody starts to ready up yet again, Ballpoint coming back out, and there is the Blaster,
Whoops.
there is the Brella. Basically the same exact comp they had last time. Regardless of the opponent. This Thermal Ink on the Jet, by the way.
I like that though. I think that's great, especially because does Thermal Ink affected by Ink Storm? Yes or no?
No.
Because if it is, okay, I was gonna say because if it is, that's huge.
It's just the main weapon.
Okay.
Because we tested it out with like sub weapons before too. It would be kind of broken if you could have it like on the store. I get what you're thinking of, theory crafting wise, but no, I don't think it. I think it's just the main weapon.
That would be busted. But speaking of busted, on the counter pick for Matter of Opinion, Puma's Cats is going to be the first ones to make headway to the first checkpoint here. You can see, I think that they're trying to build up some rain. They do have the cooler at their disposal. They're kind of just waiting to use it at this point, though. But, I mean, they got to think of something here because Matter of Opinion is already on their way to the second checkpoint.
That hammer player, please come back down, Inkjet. Oh wait, no, you just popped that. All right, let me go back towards the middle of the tower here, try to slow things down. One checkpoint and a smidgen of the second one has fallen into the favor of Puma's Cats, as we're seeing Moo desperately trying to get back control of things. As Brella's doing a good job putting some paint and drawing a lot of attention to itself. And right now, things seem to have kind of stalled out. Moo still saving in this one. Yeah, they lost the first checkpoint. They're down 37 points remaining. It's still a manageable thing to come back from. You're really just down one checkpoint, and that's it. There's just so many points to be gained at that first one. So, still a good situation. Well, not a good situation, but it's not a... Well, okay. I'm going to stop talking because this situation is getting infinitely worse by the second, for a matter of opinion.
Yeah, Koa with that stamp getting the double pick was pretty big there. And especially being patient and trying to wait out the third player, waiting out, I believe that's Ben on the Blaster, to try to see if they can suss them out and find where they are. But Ben had no room to stand on, so they had to back up. I mean, there wasn't really anything that they could do there that was out of their reach. So, I mean, opting to back out was the right call here, but that opting to back out and wait for your players to come back in gives Puma's Cats plenty of space to work with, as they are going to bust through this second checkpoint, or they're at least going to try to. And especially if you keep trying to go in up on this top canopy area, you don't want to be letting that go. That's a huge, I guess, bird's eye view of where the tower is going to be at.
2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. It's been all Puma's Cats so far in the beginning of the tower control game. Finally, though, it seems like Moo's trying to get something established right here. That's the worst thing about Range Blaster, is when you miss your shot, and it's going to be so wild before you can get that second one, and you got a torpedo coming at you, and you're just drowning enemy ink. That's just an auto L right there. So a little bit of a overextension by the Range Blaster, who you can't blame. They need to start pushing up. They need to start ledge camping with that Blaster and just start getting some, like, stringing together a series of splats to open up the door for the rest of their teammates to get something going here. Because other than that Blaster, they don't really have a ton of killing power. Like, the splat is going to get some, well, has potential to. But it's mostly just for chip damage. They're kind of relying on that Blaster to clear the path for them there. And they're just not finding an opening to get set up and get into a position to where they can get the splash that they want to try to get.
Yeah, I like Swim trying to push those two members off of the canopy there. They had to try to bottleneck them into a different position. Still getting this tower moving forward for Matter of Opinion. They want to keep it in this right-hand corner to try to break this first checkpoint, especially with that wave breaker too. A lot of zoning being done by Matter of Opinion. And again, we're seeing a replay of what they did last time. You had Wolf on the tower, but you also had Wavebin with that Brella trying to set up and act as a shield so that the tower can still move forward, but you can also have some cover fire coming in the process. But once they were able to get pushed off that tower, I mean, now it's going to be moving back. It's only Wolf being the sole survivor to try to push it forward here, with the juice coming out too for Puma's Cats. I mean, Matter of Opinion's got to be watching themselves. They're going to be in as quickly as they go out.
And they stay on it long enough to get the lead. They're so close to it, but now they don't get the lead as 2 players die instantly on the tower. So close. And now the tower's starting to move further and further away from that spot that they need to get to. Puma's just going to try to control this left side of the map. I'm assuming they're locking down fully into defense, but you see the hammer coming out at the perfect time, causing a lot of distraction, getting a trade on top of it as more and more players get taken care of. I don't know if Matter of Opinion can find a way to slip right through. They were so close to getting the lead, and the window closed so fast. Puma's Cats hold on and win game 3.
Yeah, that was so close for them. I mean, just a 1-point difference, too. And I think with Wolf being the sole provider of trying to take that lead, they didn't really have they didn't have the shield from the Brella. They didn't have anybody else kind of in front of the tower to defend it. So, I mean, it was all just positioning at that point for Puma's Cats to take that tower back into possession. And I think, too, having Puma there sitting on the tower just for a little bit longer until it was safe to execute moving forward back into mid was absolutely big. And we're controlling that left-hand side. They didn't want anybody trying to enter in and flank. So, overall good match by both sides. But Puma's Cats just having the front foot quicker.
The quick front foot
Yeah.
that they had. I mean, they just had control of the. That's been the theme of the past 2 games. The objective has been the time of possession has been in control the vast majority of the time in Puma's Cat's favor. Moo's getting like 1 to 2 pushes the entire game. Mm-hmm. They're getting so much value out of those pushes, but it's so difficult for them to get anything established from what Puma's trying to do here. That's just like aggression. That's just being overwhelmed. But if Moo can find ways to just get like a few more opportunities to get control of a tower or the Rainmaker or get some clams on the enemy side of the basket, they're going to be just fine. But they're really struggling to get any kind of control of mid.
Yeah, and Puma's Cats has been doing really well with that. They are able to break back in as quickly as they go out, and thanks to the Juice, sponsored by Tacticooler, to have that one, so hats off to that. But I mean, Matter of Opinion though has been really quick to follow up. Like, that's not to say that Matter of Opinion just like has no room or ground to stand on, because usually when they are knocked out, they are quick to try to get back in, and they can maintain their lead for a period of time. But I feel Puma's Cats, sometimes it can just come down to mechanics. It just comes down to the right opportunity. And I feel like Puma's Cats has been really quick to jump on that. They've been really, really quick on trying to follow up and make that work.
So we're still waiting on another counter pick. They were asking if they could go to splat zones. They can't yet. They have to win on a different mode before they can go back to splat zones. They're opting to go with Clam Blitz at Crab Leg. I can't say it.
No, you're right. You're right.
No,
it's
I almost
fine.
said Crapital again.
Yeah, yes.
That's it. That's correct. Okay. It's not a tongue twister. Crab Leg Capital. Crab Leg Capital. Oh, I don't want to have to actually try. Okay. Clam Blitz at the Crab Leg. There we go. Ooh, at the Capital. Clam Blitz at Capital. Let's go with that.
I just really want an all Clam Blitz tournament, and I want it to be called the Chowder Bowl. That's all I'm asking. Oh my gosh.
Pitch that to top level and watch them cry their eyes out on
I know. It'd be so good.
Clam Blitz is fun, though, and you're probably not going to see Kraken come out from either one of these teams.
It didn't last time, so I doubt it would happen again.
No. Which, by the way, Puma's Cats had this same exact map and mode counter-picked against them by Blaze, and it was over in a Blaze in favor of Puma's Cats. So I don't know how they feel about this map, but they were pretty good on it last time they were here. And if they win one more, if they win this one, the tournament's not over. This is best of 7, not a best of 5. So still 2 more wins before Puma's Cats can claim they are the champions here. But you don't want to go down 3-1 with all these counter picks lining up in Puma's Cats' favor to try to bring this one back here. Game 4. Wait for it. Wait for it. There it is. Playing.
I like the pencil pick from Yuri.
And I like the Tri-Slosher with the Inkjet on there. Let's get a little bit more slaying power. Not that there's anything wrong with the the Brella, but if you're not going to combine the Brella with other players, let's get somebody else that can get a weapon that can start racking up some of these splats so we're not putting so much pressure on our blaster to create all these openings that we want, that we're not really getting in the last couple of games.
Well, in theory, too, having the double mist, too, I think is helpful for the blaster, and a really good opening double coming out from the Tri-Slosher at that, but Puma opting to back up, using the Tri-Strikes to kind of cover some ground, and also maybe push the members of Matter of Opinion back. They don't want them getting any more space here in front of the basket, and because I mean, Puma's Cats, as we've seen, has been notorious for trying to control mid, but if you have all of this mist, I mean, there's not a lot of space for them to move, so I mean, it really does come down to who can have enough ink on the ground.
So yeah, your point, mist kind of shutting down mid right there, which forces you to the flank sides, which if you want to score, you only have like one option to go up to that catwalk area right there. So yeah, I kind of buying into what the logic of what you're trying to sell here for Matter of Opinion, because there have been a few times already where it looked like Puma's Cats could have pushed up a little bit, but options a little bit limited right now as two more players instantly go down. You see the pencil start to retreat and say, all right, we're going into defensive mode here. As, well, this is the last thing you want to see. Players coming in just as Soda is coming out with a lot of clams to follow up with it.
Yeah, and Ben getting a really, really quick power clam in their possession to take it down to the 60 mark. A little bit of follow-up there. You can see the Tri-Slosher trying to push up and take a fight there. Swim trying to follow up as well. But the basket is going to close there at the 57 mark. So really good opening for Matter of Opinion here. I really do think that the missed pick here, the double missed pick, was the right way to go, because looking at Puma's Cats comp, it's all about movement. You want that wiper to move around. You want the 52 and the T-Tech to kind of work together to get some movement. But having the mist to shut that down already, I feel like a Matter of Opinion's been finding themselves in man advantage. But as I say that, they're going to go into the wipeout scenario. But I mean, they got to be quick about this popgun. They got to take full advantage of this, because already Matter of Opinion is back in the game.
Moo is lucky they didn't have the clams necessary. They are able to pop the basket, but they're not going to get anything else on top of it. That's just how Clam Blitz works. All the dominoes have to fall at just the right time, and it's hard to line up the timing of that. You get the wipeout, but you don't have the clams. You got all the clams, but you don't have map control. A little bit of a bullet dodge there by Matter of Opinion.
Yeah, I mean, just barely at that, because they were right at the basket, then they had another power clam in possession, just not enough space to work with, because Moo was so quick to follow up and recover from that wipeout, which, I mean, hats off to them, because that can sometimes be really difficult to do, especially because they didn't have the clams to follow up and they didn't have the space to work with to try to keep them in their spot.
Now, they got all the resources they need. 2 power clams ready to go. They're in a decent position. That player eating all of the bullets before ultimately going down, and now giving the high ground to the Tri-Slosher. You're not going to win that one, Anakin, as they do pop the basket yet again, but nothing more. And I don't know if you want to rush that far up ahead. They do pop the basket, but they're running right into a trap, and now, you might have just given another team an early power clam for something to work with right here. They're not going to get any penalty points. They will get a little bit of mid control, but I question sending 2 players off on their own that quickly as the basket was closing. That might be something that Puma's Cat can take advantage of here in the final minute.
Yeah, I think getting Toxic Fury off the top here is going to be really key. You don't want that pencil setting up and getting all of this ground coverage here. But this is where the mist could come in handy, because there's no inkable surface on these top grate area. You don't have a lot of space to work with, and especially if you're misted, I mean, what are you going to do except go down? So, I mean, they're still trying to opt to control this top side, especially because I think with having the Tri-Slosher on the side of Matter of Opinion, you don't want them to get too comfortable there. But Ben, almost narrowly escaping. They were fireworked. Baby, you're a firework by Katy Perry. Ben getting taken down before they're able to get out.
You hate to see it. By the way, to the person in the chat asking which team is known as Moo, I'll give you a hint. It's not the team that's called Cats. 20 seconds left to go here. Okay, so what? Pop the basket, 2 regular clams, and you got the win. One will tie it, and 2 will give you the lead that you need. And you got all the time right here. So now Matter of Opinion wants to keep their tournament hopes alive. They got to play some stark defense right here, right now. As Puma's not going to find a way through. It's just the Wipers, the last player left alive. They're stuck Oh, they're just trying to keep the other team from scoring on themselves. Actually, no, they were still trying to push out. I don't know where this player's jumping into. They do have a little bit of time. I don't know if they can slip through this defense. Yeah, there's not enough time at this point. No. So there you go. I like the comp change. Switching off the Brella onto that Tri-Slosher seemed to be the main difference right there for Matter of Opinion. It gave them the switch up that they were looking for. Great defense throughout that one. Some questionable pushes coming out from Puma's Cats. And we got the set tied up yet again at 2 apiece.
I'm really pro this missed comp. I'm just gonna say it. I already said it before. I said it again. I mean, they suspended Puma's Cat's movement throughout the entirety of that game because you saw, like, Puma's Cats was trying to make another game-ending push. Toxic Yuri had the power claim in their possession. They were trying to claim it the Great. But immediately, they were misted. Because you have that target on your back when that power claim is in your hands, and so that's just open season for you to try to use Mist and prevent any sort of movement. And I think, too, with having the bucket being so good at flanking as well, I mean, they went in there and took out, like, 3/4 of the team before they were able to get a push going. So, I mean, they're the ones that you got to be watching out for, I think, if you're Puma's Cats. And going into Splatzone's Barnacle and Dime, that was a really quick pick, Popgun. that was a really quick counter pick to be made.
And it's a curious one as well, because the most recent mode that Puma's Cat has won on was Tower Control. So if they wanted to go to Rainmaker, they could. Instead, they're going to Splat Zones, which is the mode Matter of Opinion wants to go to. They kept asking us, hey, can we go back to Splat Zones? You're like, no, you haven't won on a different mode yet. So they're going to Barnacle and Dime. Maybe they saw the stream and saw Matter of Opinion get absolutely spanked on it against Overtime. But that's the choice they're wanting to go to. Again, they could go back to Rainmaker if they wanted to. Instead, they're opting to go back to Splat Zones at Barnacle and Dime.
I'm thinking that this is a good pick for Puma's Cats, especially from if they were paying close attention to the Overtime game and how Overtime locked them out quickly. Puma's Cats could have the same advantage because their comp is very much more aggressive than taking the back foot, where Matter of Opinion usually will have a backline with them. And it seems like Puma's Cats likes to push forward and be quick and fast. So if they're able to maybe replicate what Overtime did to Matter of Opinion, this could be a really good choice for them.
That tied it 2 apiece. Game 5 here in this best of 7. We still got at least one more game to go after this. As trying to think, I don't think we've seen Puma's Cats play on here specifically, but they're pretty much set in the ways of the comp that they want to use at this point. The Blaster is going away. They're keeping the Inkjet. They're going to a different not Inkjet, but the V-Jet. It's coming back out as well. So now you got Vacuum instead of Rain that you're going to be using.
I think with contesting the zone, having the Vacuum is going to be a good pick. You're taking in a lot of that damage that could be done. And as we say it, they're going to be actually the first ones to take advantage of the zone here. And look at this. I mean, Matter of Opinion is already moving ahead. They are going to try to take one out of Overtime's playbook here and just opt to push forward and to make sure that all of this aggression is going to be kept into the spawning area of Puma's Cats as Waveman gets a really awesome pick in their Inkjet. There was another Inkjet coming out trying to maybe take the fight to them, but not really finding any contact there. And taking out the Stamp before the Stamp can do any real damage too is huge.
So far, Matter of Opinion, it looks like they're the team that's made the counter pick right now, as Puma does have the man advantage, but their players are coming right back in. Here comes some Hammer across the zone and some Soda to work with as well, as they start to collapse on top of the things, finally flip it back over into their favor. This is the 3rd time we've seen this game on stream since I've been commentating. That's the first time we've seen the zone flip to the team that didn't capture it at the very beginning. And wow, actually, Puma's Cats looks pretty strong into a position to where they can get some serious points on the board right here, thanks to a nice Inkjet double.
Yeah, the Inkjet double was definitely huge, and that gave them plenty of space to work with and allowed themselves to be pushed forward here. I like Jelly being on this right-hand side here, just kind of opting to Shark, playing it really patiently here. They don't want to overextend, but they also don't want anybody from Matter of Opinion to overextend either, as they find contact with Wolf and take them down, finding contact with Sim and taking them down, causing the wipeout on the side of Matter of Opinion and flipping the lead at the same time.
And there's Jelly making the hero play that has been so critical for them all along on this gal, trying to work around this right side, trying to prevent some players jumping right pit. Here comes the vacuum, and the shot's going to land way short of the zone. And somehow they don't find a way to cap it in time. If they arc that vacuum shot up a little bit more, they'll at least pause it out right there. Just landed a bit short. And Puma's Cats makes the counter pick of splat zones, and it works into their favor as now they are up with 1 game away from winning this tournament.
I really liked what Matter of Opinion was cooking with in the beginning there. But I think with allowing Jelly to move freely on that right-hand side and going in for the double, that was a big detriment because they were launching Killer Whale from that right-hand side and they were getting a lot of poking damage with the Gal as well. Because, I mean, Gal is just so powerful if you're able to get up close and personal. So with Jelly playing the patient game and sharking and kind of just waiting for the members of Matter of Opinion to even, like, put a foot out, step forward, anywhere remotely close to that snipe area, they were immediately shot down from trying to take any space. So I think really, really good play from Puma's Cats there to hold Matter of Opinion back and to try to flip the tides.
So as we're waiting for the counter pick, they could go back to splat zones now. Matter of Opinion could, because their pick here. The most recent mode they won on was Clan Blitz, just like 2 minutes ago. You disregard the game that we just saw. So if they wanted to go back to splat zones, even though they just lost on it, they can. I don't think you want to pick Rainmaker. It's basically splat zones or tower control at this point. Mm-hmm. And you haven't won on tower control. They're going to go with... Wait, that's not... Oh, zones on Robo. Oh, they're going to the Robin. Okay, so they're sticking with splat zones yet again. For those of you who want splat zones only tournament, guess what? It's 50% of the grand finals of Low Ink this time around. Robo Ramen is what they're going to be going with here. And the last time, Saf, we saw Puma's Cats here.
Yeah.
Jelly was
dominant.
Gelling all over their opponent.
He was gelled out. He gelled the opponent. Oh, God. Okay. Never mind.
Oh, moving on.
Anyway, Majora's Mask. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so this was where Toxic Yuri and Jelly worked really well together. It was actually probably one of my favorite plays that I've seen today, and it was where Jelly broke into the spawn of the opponent, and Toxic Yuri was firing inkjet shots. There we go. Yeah. A lot of buzzwords there. Inkjet shots into 2 different people as Jelly was trying to close in and pinch them out. And I really liked how they were able to play that here and play off of each other really well. And so I'm hoping that Puma's Cats is going to try to run something like that again, because it seems like their inkjet play is very good, but Matter of Opinion has been very good at trying to counter their inkjet as well. So will that work out for them here? Who knows?
Well, we'll get the answers to that pretty quickly. Tournament points in the favor of Puma's Cats. Matter of Opinion says, that's just a matter of an opinion. We want to do something about that. No real comp change coming out from either team at this point. I don't think we've seen Puma's Cats do anything different in several games right now. But it all comes down to the opening, which goes into the favor, at least initially, for Puma's Cats. But nobody's really gotten splatted yet. There's the first splat. It is Puma themselves, so it's just left to the Cats to try to do something to defend the zone, which doesn't work out. The Wolf, oddly enough, a K9 taking care of the first Cat player as things have finally no, things have not actually settled down. It's just been a nonstop bar fight for the first 40 seconds.
Yeah, and unfortunate there, too, for Matter of Opinion, because I feel like they had a good foothold there for a few seconds, but dying in the zone, I mean, is it a rookie move, or does it just kind of happen and it is what it is? And I feel like for Wolf there, it just was what it was as they went down, taking out that little corner piece of the zone right in front of their spawning area. So, I mean, Puma's Cats having so much space to work with here, but if you're Matter of Opinion and you want to try to move in quickly and try to pinch the people out, that's what you're going to want to do here as they take the zone back into possession.
I just saw a path for the tournament to end right there. They had Jelly starting to try to flank up to the enemy base with Soda in them, and instead Jelly could not find a way to fall through, ultimately backs up and has to get a trade after the Soda wears off. It looked like there was a small window right there for something sparks to really start to fly in the favor of Puma's Cats. Said nicely well done, defended by Moo, as the vacuum gets a nice little splat on top there, and now we got a little cheeky flank coming out from Ben X themselves.
Yeah, I really like that Ben X is going to do this. They're going to fire the Trizuka over from the side there, probably displacing a lot of the folks. It's fun just watching the names move around and not the actual people, because you have to wonder, like, well, oh snap, we got to get out of the way of these Trizuka shots. We can't let them try to take us out. And Toxic Yuri getting out just as quickly as they went in there, escaping the vacuum shot. Matter of opinion, having such a strong hold on the zone here, they're not letting it go.
Yeah, but that vacuum absorbed all of those inkjet shots, so it nullified the special and improved their own. And right now, they're staring down a KO situation. One player going down from the Cats. Toxic Yuri trying to get something going on this right side, but they've got a lot of issues trying to get paint onto the zone. Jelly might not get there in time. Instead, the rest of the team do, but Jelly dies on top of the zone. It's just a mad scramble right now. More players left alive for matter of opinion, and we are going to a Game 7 to close out this tournament. What a grand final.
We mama Popgun. I really liked there too. I mean, kind of maybe one of the nails going into the casket, but you had 3 different members of Puma's Cats going down right around the zone. It literally, like, a corner of the zone, you had one on the side, one in the corner, one in the front. And so all of that blue paint just shooting backwards onto the zone for matter of opinion to take the win there. I mean, it was just extra insurance for them at that point.
And again, it comes down to shutting down Jelly. Jelly kept trying. We saw several times trying to get around to that right side. Moo didn't let it happen. They were able to control their own space that they needed to, keep themselves alive, and ultimately wear down, especially with that vacuum. That vacuum was huge for them in that last game. And, of course, we knew this was going to happen. We didn't have time to talk about it, but if you thought it was going to be anything other than Rainmaker and Undertow Spillway, because they can go back to Rainmaker, because the most recent one they won on was Splat Zones, and they wasted 0 time picking this one, Saf, and no surprise. If you want to win this tournament...
This is theirs. This is their map mode. Like, when I think of Puma's Cats, I think, oh, Rainmaker, Undertow. I like that. This is textbook for them. This is a perfect pick for them. I mean, we don't need TC Inkblot here. It's not even... It's a matter of opinion. And I'm opinionated on the matter for Puma's Cats.
This is the final boss for matter of opinion.
Yes.
Like, this is the ultimate, and you get one shot. That's it. There's no save states before there's no reset button. And who knows if you'll ever be in this position again. This might be your only opportunity to win Low Ink, and you got to do it against a team that feels so comfortable on this one particular mode on this map. Now, matter of opinion almost won on the last Rainmaker game. Mm-hmm. It was at the very end when Puma's Cats was able to get the lead. Can they find a way to get another win right here? Or will Puma's Cats close out this tournament? Tournament point for both teams now. Game 7 of Low Ink. Puma's Cats not changing anything from their comp that they've been using recently. Pretty much the same exact thing coming out from the side of Matter of Opinion as well. Still stuck with that vacuum jet.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the marker too. I have yet to see Swim use the marker at all. I have yet to see a highlighter zoom across my screen for the entirety that they've been picking the jet sculpture. But I mean, boy howdy though, can they build a vacuum fast? I mean, that was 20 seconds.
The time you're spending throwing the marker. Well, there you go.
There it is.
It did mark somebody, so something was accomplished with that. I was going to say, time you spend throwing that thing is time not spent building up your next vacuum. As, Tournament 7 nerves might be slipping in here. You saw Koa trying to make something happen. It's like, I've had enough of this stalemate. I'm just going to push up and try to throw some punches here. As Puma is just running away from Rainmaker. Is there anyone here to defend this at all? A little bit out of position was Matter of Opinion as they lose sight of the Rainmaker, and now they're trying to get it popped. Somebody falls off the side of the map for Puma's Cats there. So the Rainmaker push ends, but that was a free checkpoint for them.
Yeah, Matter of Opinion's got to be taking quick notes on that one. They don't want to be allowing any more of that just kind of free real estate to be given away. So I like that they're trying to opt in on this right-hand side. They want to be defending this area because Puma just took that so freely, and they got there way after the fact, after the checkpoint was popped. So kind of a neutral game once again in the midsection here. I mean, kind of just back and forth with who can get enough paint on the ground. Puma ending up going down. The Inkjet's going to be coming out by Toxic Yuri here, looking to try to find a pick onto the Viper, and they end up, or excuse me, onto the shot, and they end up going down. Just trying to take fights here at the moment before we can get something really cooking.
3 minutes left to go, and this has been the story of Matter of Opinion for this in the tower control game. Oh, almost never touching the objectives. 2 minutes have gone by, they've yet to touch it yet again. They only got one Rainmaker push the last time they played on Rainmaker. They got the lead off of that one push, but they need to find a way to get at least like 3 or 4 solid pushes if they want to find a way to win this one. 2 players going down for the side of Puma's Cats as they do have the Rainmaker in their hand, looking at that right checkpoint. They're thinking about it, and now we got a tie game essentially.
Okay, yeah, I really like that pivot that Ben was able to do, because you were right. They were kind of eyeballing it. They had the man advantage, and it was like, okay, this is it. This is the time to go. And it's still going to be the time to go. They just had to pick it up for a split second. They're going to take the lead, Matter of Opinion. Still trying to hold on to this push puck, and they don't want to let it go.
And I don't know why more teams don't do that. I get it's closer to the spawn, but if you are lulled to sleep on defending the left side, and then you get this little... You saw the light ball go off in that player's head, like, hey, wait a minute. I could just tie the game by going right there instead of going all the way over to the left. And then you're in such a tough spot to get lead, and they're going to find a way to get more on top of it, thanks to that splat from the... the Inkjet saves it! Oh, that could have been a doors blowing wide open push for Matter of Opinion. Still a nice double back and forth by both teams. 1:40 left to go.
Yeah, and 2-3 going down once again on the side of Puma's Cats. This is Matters of Opinion's moment to try and push in. So they're going to go in from the left-hand side. There's only one player there that can contest them right now. Koa trying to take the top half of the map there, and they are able to try to take in a fight, but they go down to Wolf as Wolf is trying to hold down the Slicks, even with the Inkjet coming out and Suction Bombs coming out as well. The Trizuka from Ben trying to provide some coverage here. The Rainmaker ultimately going down on that left-hand side. What a skirmish to be had by Puma's Cats.
We're approaching the final minute of the tournament. Matter of the Opinion with the lead right now, but Puma's Cats, the chat has been saying, don't take OCE to Rainmaker. They got a minute to show us why right here. The checkpoint has fallen, so all they got to do is find a way to slip past it and get a little bit to the lead. If they go to the right, there's not going to be much that they have to go, but there's not really an opening for them to go anywhere except their own side of the map right now. They need Jelly to come back in, work in conjunction with that Wiper to try to get some splats, but they're guarded by the Vacuum, who does a good job of shutting everything down. The Rainmaker advanced nowhere in that 30 seconds, and that could spell the end for Puma's Cats.
Yeah, I think Matter of Opinion just needs to get some specials online to try to hold it down. They're going to try to opt to go in underneath the sledge here, and when you have all your mates push forward, this is perfect opportunity. The ballpoint had Inkjet ready, but they're immediately taken down. You have Juice and Vacuum online for Matter of Opinion, but with the stamp throw going in by Koa, they're able to take it down, and this is going to be their last opportunity to pick this up and make a change.
Are they going to get... Okay, we are going to get overtime, and now the whole tournament is on the line. And Jelly's the one with the Rainmaker. This is the player that's been creating the openings for you. Now have to sit stuck with the Rainmaker. 2 players instantly go down. Jelly has to retreat. That's going to do it. Matter of Opinion defeats the final boss in Game 7, and they are your December Low Ink champions.
Matter of Opinion closing out the 2023 year with a Low Ink win, going into the new year now being Low Ink banned. I mean, Happy New Year, Matter of Opinion.
But it's hard to come back and win that one. I know like 44 is the most difficult score in the world, but when the tournament's on the line, Game 7, the pressure of the whole moment, it's difficult to get that many points. Jelly is not the person they wanted grabbing that Rainmaker. I guarantee you that's not the one person that they wanted going back to get it, but they had no choice. Time was running out. They had to say, oh, who's closest to it? Just grab it. We'll create the way. And all of a sudden, your main path clearer is stuck with the Rainmaker. And I don't know if Jelly would even make a difference, because you saw the specials come out from Matter of Opinion, and they just blew up everybody. At that point, game over, GG's. And credit to whoever threw that hammer, because that hammer is the only reason it went to overtime anyways. But matter of opinion, they said don't take us to Rainmaker. They won on it in a do or die game. Impressive.
And Puma's cats are the ones that have been successful pretty much on Rainmaker every time that we've seen them, and matter of opinion finally was going to be the ones to shut them down. They were going to be the final boss that was going to say, hey, not today. Even with all the items in your pocket that you never use throughout the game, but you're going to try to maybe use them here, it's still not going to be enough.
And keep in mind, matter of opinion had to play a made-up tiebreaker that we literally just pulled out of our ass at the end of top 32, and they won it. And took advantage of it. Took very much advantage of it. They are your low ink champions. A name brand team. I think some teams that players that we were kind of expecting to do this well. Puma's Cats coming out of nowhere, but the more you look into them, the more you realize, okay, we should have seen this coming. We should have known that Puma's Cats was going to be this good. But what an exciting way to close out the year.
Yeah, Puma, I mean, the Pumas made these cats? Is that what you're saying?
I think they're owned by the Cats.
Oh, I see.
I think that the owner of the Cats.
Oh, and look at that, actually. Blaze going 3-0 over overtime, so overtime taking the 4th place spot, and Blaze taking number 3 with a 3-0. That's got to be good, but like you said, still, overtime, this is probably the best that they have done thus far, so 4th place is still feeling pretty good, I would say. Speaking
of overtime, before you guys leave, can we give some Fs in chat for Monkey, who's been stuck in purgatory since the Tower Control Art Academy game? I'm sure they have a family that's missing them. I'm sure they're going through all kinds of the different trials they need to get back to planet Earth or this realm that we're currently in. So our thoughts and hopes are with Monkey of Overtime. In the meantime, though, we're going to start wrapping things up here today and call it a year, actually. So, Saf, nicely done. We got through it. I'm pretty sure you said like 5 swear words accidentally at some point, but we can edit those out in later.
Yeah, that's fine.
Brush can take care of that. Where can people find you?
You know, if you want to go look on the weather app that's on your iPhone and or Android, whatever team or camp that you're in, you can find me on Twitter and or Bsky at Safirea. That's 2 P's, 2 A's at Safirea. Goodbye, monkey. As you go through the floor once again for everybody. But Popgun, what about you? Where are you at?
You can find me, I believe it's getting close to PJ's bedtime, so I'm going to leave here and go help my wife settle that in for the night. You can find me tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern Time on the Popcast, where I'm going to recap everything that you just saw today and then some on my Twitch channel. From all of us here in IPL, the head TOs for this event, Ho and Hero, Brush, and myself, our lovely and talented producer, Ink Fair, and all the amazing staff that we have working behind the scenes literally every single day to make Low Ink happen. I just want to say I'm happy that Low Ink is here. We've missed it. It's been back. It's been a great tournament. We know you guys love it. We hope you enjoyed the grand final set that you just saw, and we'll be back in January. The show goes on. Nothing stops this train. We'll see you then. Congratulations to Matter of Opinion once again. You are the champions of Low Ink, December 2023, right here on IPL.
only do your best. Picnic 기분 feel so good. 素敵な afternoon. プラチナみんな yeah. 固めてごらん